Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the e-commerce tech inspired 2021-2022 free online summit produced by Mobicals. This is the second day of our summit. The last day you can see on our YouTube channel if you want. So today we gonna have six speakers, two blocks with one little break for 20 minutes. Um, so I see a little bit of people on YouTube. Hello, everybody. You can write in our chat, and when speakers will speak about their topics, you can write your questions into our chat, so they will be answered right after the speaker. So how you doing, everybody? You can write into chat. I hope you all got your tea and cookies to see our beautiful summit in a home atmosphere. Okay. So our first speaker will be Mel Lim from Maspira Group. She is a CEO of Maspira Group and author of Turtle Design in a Rabbit Age, and keynote speaker and advisor. She will speak about tactical approaches to helping brands adopt, adapt, and transition to the metaverse. Again, about metaverse. It's our favorite topic for this summit. So, uh, if you already, then I think we can start a little bit earlier. How about you, Mel? Are you ready? If you are, we can start right now.
Are you able to hear me, Nikita?
Yes, yes. Hello,
And are you
Mel.
able? Hi, are you able to see my full screen without my keynotes notes?
Yes.
You're able to see the
Oh,
full screen.
the full screen. Yes.
Okay, of just the graphics, right? Not the notes, right?
You can choose another variant of sharing screen. The third variant, and there will be a sharing only window.
Hold on.
Okay. So just click on share your screen and choose. There will be like window.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm sharing the PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Right? And then I can do presenter view, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So right now we are seeing the whole window.
Are you seeing the notes as well?
Uh,
No.
in the left of the screen.
In the right of the screen.
No, I see only a screen of PowerPoint.
Uh, it's all right. I mean, they can see my notes. I just don't want people to be seeing all of my gibberish notes that I
Okay,
write to myself.
I understand. I understand.
It's just for me, my talking points, you know?
Okay. So we are not seeing notes. We are seeing just presentation.
Okay, you're not seeing like click add to notes and all the other stuff, right? To the right-hand side, the next slide and all that. You're not seeing that, right?
No, no.
No.
Right now I
Okay.
don't see it.
Okay,
If
perfect.
I will tell you.
Yeah, because I write a bunch of stuff for myself.
Okay.
People,
Okay.
people, they were see, they were like, "What the hell is going on in your brain?"
It's a process. It's a standard process for speech. So Artyom is right in that we want to see all the truth about metaverse. Yeah, we were speaking about metaverse yesterday,
Yeah.
and we are ready to speak about the metaverse today.
Okay. Hopefully it's
To
not a
hear
repeat.
some useful information from you.
Should we
So
start?
yes, we can. So I'm leaving you, but I will be right here.
Okay. Okay, good. Hey
Okay.
everyone. Good morning. It's only 6 a.m. here in California, so I'm trying to wake up still. But welcome. Today, we're going to be talking about tactical approaches to helping you guys adopt, adapt, and transition to the metaverse. And I'm sure yesterday you guys heard a bunch about metaverse. Metaverse, it's been like the hot talking point, I suppose became mainstream since Facebook became Meta. But my team and I have been working on the metaverse for quite some time. And just a little bit about my background because you're like, who is this lady talking about metaverse? So I am a technology storyteller. I'm also an investor, an advisor, a designer, and I speak a ton about tech and consumer behavior and innovation. My background is actually in architecture, so I was traditionally trained in architecture and designed commercial spaces like hotels, casinos, and stadiums for about 8 years before I transitioned over to product development and technology. And I've been in this tech space for over 15 years with my studio. And we focus mostly on B2B, B2C, AI, VR, SaaS, IoT, big data, cybersecurity, consumer electronics, robotics, neuroscience. Um, and
Mel, sorry,
yes.
we can see your notes
Oh, you can see my
down.
notes.
Yes, under the presentation.
Oh, it's okay. I suppose they can read it too if they want. I don't want to.
Okay. So
But
maybe you can like change the view of the presentation.
there you go. But I may lost my talking point. Can you can
Okay.
you can you still see this? I suppose you
Yeah,
can, right? Okay.
we see all. Okay. So you
But
can continue.
okay, yeah, but I remember. So so back to I've transitioned my career to tech and then been helping tech companies scale rapidly, and also worked on a lot of innovation programs for a lot of tech companies. And part of today's conversation is me sharing what I've learned in helping large enterprise adopt this XR program. So I'm hoping that my experience shared today will bring you some pieces of ideas or insights. And so people usually say, "You have this long list of what you do," and I said, "Yeah, essentially we're like Ben Affleck, we're like the accountant. We go in and make shit happen." Um, and I feel like a lot of us here today in the audience, we assume this role of making things happen for our clients or for our brands, especially if you're in-house. And we are often assigned with this massive task of aligning a strategic priority and um, and articulating that piece, not only internally but externally. So today what I want to share with you is how to fold in this piece of um, XR program and learn how to articulate your strategic priority for your brands or your company in various business use cases. So I'm going to get technical, but for those who don't know metaverse, and I'm sure in the last day you've learned a ton of metaverse, so I'm just gonna go through this really fast. It's essentially a digital place for you to work, socialize, collaborate, explore, play, and form some kind of emotional attachment to the space that you're in and also to the people who are in it. And it's mostly in an area or space that it's not real. Well, that can be argued. A lot of people say it's real, but but for me, it's a mix. And of course, you have the usual suspects: Sandbox, Fortnite, Decentraland, Somnium Space, Crypto Voxel, Roblox. And then on the enterprise side, we look at the metaverse in another level, which is more of a digital place to allow for the interaction to happen, but in a more compliant um, spaces where we are very cognizant about the privacy of the users and the security that and compliance pieces that are already pre-established within the enterprise. So when I work with my enterprise clients, I'm typically looking at more of this type of event spaces. Um, that way we can still emulate and create a metaverse for them and still fulfill all of their enterprise privacy and security compliance issues that they have.
Mel, sorry,
Hmm.
one more time. Uh, are you changing slides of your
Yes, I am.
presentation? Because we
Yeah.
can't see it. Can you please stop sharing screen and try to share it again?
Okay.
Because we
Um,
can see that you are selecting slides.
I am sorry.
No worry, it's all right. It's all right.
It's all technology.
Yeah.
uh, okay, let's try again, people. Okay.
Hmm.
Um,
So can you try to select different slides?
yeah, I am. Can you see this?
Oh no.
Oh, no? Okay. Let me do something else. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to speak really fast because I know I'm on a timer here.
We started
We started
earlier.
earlier, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Um, what is going on here? Okay, so I am gonna share my screen again, and then I am going to do this. Uh,
Oh yeah. And try
yeah,
to select slides.
can you see
Try
my
to.
next slide?
Oh, I see the slide with "Let's get tactical."
Do you not see the next slide?
No, no.
What is happening? This is a 6 a.m. nightmare. Uh,
Oh. Uh,
let me
maybe you
try
have to
again.
share your entire screen, but not a
I
window.
know, I know. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do, people.
Yeah, try this.
Um, I am going to share screen, share entire screen. We want to see all the truth about metaverse. Artem, you're funny.
Oh,
uh, can you see? Can you see my desktop?
I see all. Yes.
You see all right. So when I
Yeah.
click play from current slide, you can see this.
Yes. Yes.
And can you see before that, like things changing?
Yes. Let's
Okay,
get
perfect.
tactical right now. Okay.
Okay, so then
So
when did you stop seeing my slide share? Can I pick up from there?
now we don't see your notes. We only see in presentation.
Yes,
So it's
that's
all
fine.
right. Yes, we did
Okay.
this.
s-
Yeah.
Okay. So I stopped at this is the piece on where the most of the mainstream metaverse pieces come from, or at least what how people are understanding metaverse, from Sandbox, Decentraland, Fortnite, Sonia Space, Crypto Voxel, Roblox, and the list goes on and on. But then my space where I work with enterprise is to look at that piece, but also to look at the B2B solutions of how they can host their events and experiences in a more enclosed or private platforms where security and compliance issues are their first concern, because they are most oftentimes enterprise are sharing highly confidential information, and they want to only invite certain people to attend and experience those events and host those trainings. So today's talk is mostly on I'm doing an experience share from what I've gathered and learned so far with my enterprise clients. Um, and then so I'm sure you guys have heard a lot and yesterday, but I'm just going to do it really quickly here. The definition of XR, VR, AR, MR, NFTs, and essentially, VR and AR it's an umbrella under XR, and MR is a combination of both VR and AR. So VR is like completely virtual. AR is a mix of virtual and reality. It's like Pokemon Go. And then mixed reality is a combination of both. And of course, that's a component of NFTs to all this conversation, because then it's about digital goods and how do you sell those digital goods and in what currency. Um, and then, so how do you really leverage the technology here? So for us, we're looking at it on an enterprise solution is adopting this tech. And for us, when we go in and try to get our enterprise clients to adopt a new XR program, they are often very leery. And we have to show them that, hey, this is not just us doing this. I mean, look, Accenture just ordered 6,000 pairs of Oculus headsets to help with their training program, and Bank of America is also adopting VR and training over 50,000 workers across 4,300 financial centers. So this is not just a trend. This is definitely going to be the next thing that if you want to be on the innovation front, you have to really look at this from a perspective of truly adopting it and creating a framework for it to be successful. And so we, of course, show and our clients range from tech clients to consumer-based clients. Um, but we looked at all of the different experiences that the fashion companies have taken this kind of lead in the metaverse space, with the Gucci Garden on Roblox, with Balenciaga on Fortnite, and, Louis Vuitton just launched their own game, and partnering with Beeple. So this is definitely I love looking at the fashion brands, because I often find that they're like the most innovative and they take the most risk in rolling something out, whether on a gaming side or on the metaverse side, a combination, and then with the NFT pieces, and then they collaborate with artists and musicians. So I love just looking outside of my very boring tech world, and then trying to understand the whole ecosystem and how people are using this to create a phenomenal experience. And of course, my kids went crazy in the last couple of days playing with Nike Land on Roblox. So how do you leverage this tech? And we've been looking at several use cases here when talking to enterprises. You're looking at it as a way to, tell a story of the brand. Perhaps do product launches, especially if you have prototypes made for, let's say, car companies or product companies. You can easily bring in the prototype in a 3D object, put it in the metaverse, have a conversations around it, invite a small group of people to do, some testing. And to do product demos and create a brand awareness, or maybe it's just purely for customer engagement. There's no transaction at all, but just for your customers to experience your brand in a different level. And then for, of course, corporate and public events, which we're working on heavily right now, and for training, right? For recruitment, and of course the whole remote work piece during our pandemic here, and sales. So we've identified all these different use cases, and then we're also looking at various industries that could benefit from this. They've been talking, to us, and they come from all sorts of backgrounds, from art to fashion to, robotics company, healthcare even, and where we're at right now is really looking at understanding where this trend is going. And this is a great quote. whoever gets to the billion users is going to be the one to set the standards. And personally, let's hope Facebook is not going to be the billion users first. I'm rooting for a lot of other companies, but hey, the more ubiquitous it becomes, the better for all of us in some ways. I don't have to explain so hard to my clients now. They all know that this is the thing to do. Um, and so let's get at the nitty gritty. Establishing a framework, identifying the tech, experience, design, and reiterate and refine. Those are the four phases of implementing an XR program within your organization. The first is to look at who. Who will be leading the program? Who will help scale the program? Which department will own what piece of the program? And this is so crucial. um, from our experience here in launching this XR program, especially from an innovation standpoint, you go into an organization who they don't have not even allocated budget for this, and they're trying to figure out which department is going to own which piece and why are we doing this. So going through that process and identifying, first of all, who's eager to learn about this tech, and then go through this use cases with them, and then see how and where we can implement this and roll it out on a smaller scale. But that's internal. And then you have to look at external. Who are you planning to engage? Is it customers? Is it partners? Is it investors? Is this internal? And who will need training on this tech? And who will be the ambassadors? And so, what are the business use cases? Again, like I said before, if you have a clearly outlined goal, then you can set metric of success. Like for us, we realized that we want to start small. Of course, you can scale it up, but if the goal is typically to just get 50 people start using this technology, start understanding the limitations and the possibilities surrounding it, that could be your metric of success right there. If we get 50 people to understand and clearly outline a goal, that's a success. And then how do we adopt? How do we align this with our strategic priority as a company and our brand messaging? Do we tell our stories here? When do we tell it? And of course, the length of the program. Is this a short term kind of experiment, or do you want a longer term kind of program where then you have to look at not only the adoption phase, but then you have to look at how to make people come back and really socialize and use this platform and create engagement. So the initiatives that you do to get people to adopt, all the way to get people to continuously using this, has to be different, and you'll be cognizant about that. And then how do we improve and refine this? And then this is almost like a loop where you have to go back in and go assign it, like, okay, who's going to be doing what again? Um, and then again, what are your resources? Some enterprise, after they go through this first phase, they go, okay, we really need to allocate some money to this. And whether or not it's a platform base or a hardware issue, some people want to get in a metaverse without even investing in the VR headsets, right? They know that some platforms you can experience it on the desktop and mobile. You don't need the VR headsets yet. Some enterprise, they want to go all in and experiment and really have this immersive experience, and then you have to allocate budget for that. And then so the whole framework has to be flexible, but also understanding that each piece will require time, people, and money to run it. And then, so talking about the technology itself, we realize that some tech and platforms out there, they may not be enterprise ready, right? Because some of my enterprise clients are very, very picky about which platform they're using, just because they have a long list of security compliances they have to meet. And some they don't. They like, this is a B2C. We just want anybody and everybody to come play. We're going to make it public. Any type of conversation can happen. Any type of content can live there, so they're less selective. So then you have to look at which technology will align with which business use cases, and then the scalability of it. Some platform can only host an event with a few people, like 30 people, 70 people. Some platform can host up to thousands of people coming in at different times, 24/7. So the question would be, can this scale? Can we roll something out, and can we transfer it to another platform along the way? How do we, what if the use cases grow? And then what kind of support will we have from each of these platforms? And again, like I said before, security and compliance is big with a lot of my enterprise clients. And then the whole piece is also about experiences. So the onboarding itself is an extensive it's an extensive effort to onboard a program for internal teams, to train them into understanding metaverse, to train them into using VR headsets, to train them into training others to use this. It's not a short, easy, walk along the park kind of thing. You really have to look at assigning a time frame to this, getting people who are savvy in this, and there are several firms out there who do this, and getting them on board to create an onboarding training program for your internal teams and for your customers to do this. Or it could be as simple as playing Roblox. Who knows what you're trying to do? And then to look at what type of experience we want to deliver. And this is a big thing for my agency here. It's because we're always looking at how to deliver this phenomenal experience, but we often get into the phase where before we even talk about creating an experience, we just want to make sure that people, if they get that headset, they know how to set it up, they know how to log in, they know how to download, the app, they know how to set up the avatar, and all these things, you have to fold into the process of experience design. And then once you pass that, yes, we can get into the full immersive 3D experience. And UX and UI design have changed. I'm coming from a background in architecture, so I understand spatial, audio, gestural. However, training my team who's been doing, UI and UX for the last 15 years in a kind of 2D dimension, now training them to get into the 3D dimension is difficult, even from my agency standpoint. Now I have to look outside of my typical hire. I have to hire gamers. I have to hire people with background in 3D applications, right? We use here Cinema 4D, but then we have to look at, 3D Studio Max. We have to look at it where it is not just a graphical UI UX anymore. It has so many components to it within the metaverse that I have to create this ultimate experience for our clients. And also the length of the content, the length of the experience. If VR headsets are involved, we understand that some people may not even be able to enjoy the experience you create for them because they get nauseous. So those are the things that we have to be very cognizant about as we create experiences as designers. And of course, the metaverse architecture itself, each platform has its own limitation, has its own type of technology, whether it's Unity, Unreal Engine, Roblox, they have all of this slew of tech that we all have to get familiar with, and we have to hire partners that are familiar with each of those platforms' limitations, and then creating content that can be transferable, and some are low fidelity, some are high fidelity, and then really talking about this experience, whether we are using full VR or we're combining it with AR. Like, how are we presenting? How do we create a presentation where we're bringing in, a green screen or a volumetric hologram? All these conversations are happening at the same time. And of course, that's the other piece too. Like, how do we sell stuff? NFTs, and what kind of currencies do we want to be transacting in? So this is, again, I put it under an experience design because for us, when we create a program and when we create this whole funnel of experience, we're looking at all these different pieces, and we want to make sure that when someone comes into metaverse, if you have goods to sell, it is as easy as clicking it. Your MetaMask wallet is connected, blah, blah, blah. But there's so many pieces to this. And also, you want it to be a memorable experience. And so I created this. This is a business that I created with my two kids. They're 7 and 10 years old. They have their art pieces. They got into the NFT. So we minted 6 pieces of their artwork. It's on Portion. It's a marketplace called Portion. They selected that platform because it was with a bunch of artists from Marvel, and they love their Avengers. But anyway, we created this business for them. It's called Preston and Harrison, and we started creating a space where they can sell the NFTs, and we have what we call atelier, and we have clients coming in to discuss pattern designs with us. It's truly an immersive space that can be experienced in the VR world with the Oculus on and can be experienced via desktop and mobile. And it has been phenomenal. People came to the space and they're like, wow, we can do this. I'm like, yes, we can do it for you too. But it's taking that experience to another level, which we are so excited to work with clients. We know when we show them something as simple as this, they get blown away. And architecture now is not defined by gravity. So your buildings can be as big as you want. It can be on Mars, it can be on the moon. It's whatever you can dream of. We can build it. Um, so this is a quick video of, one of the spaces. This is the Preston and Harrison Atelier where you come in, you browse around, you can look at our NFTs and they're for sale. And then you roam around the space with your avatar. Um, and that's their artwork, my children's artwork. Um, just a quick view of the outside of the architecture is this massive piece of we call it bubble. It's actually inspired by them. They love boba drink and they wanted boba architecture. And they were watching a movie, Avatar actually, and they wanted giant trees surrounding their space. So we created this, imagined space for them, and the kids even have their friends come in and play in this space. Um, so then we also use it, we also look at more desktop or mobile friendly platforms as well. And this was an event that we created called our Future and Forum, where we invited a bunch of people that we've hosted events in the past. We invited people in, and then they came in, and this one where we program a bunch of chat bots, can go up to you and talk to you. We had a dance off party with the pool, and it was amazing. People really thought that they were in a space next to us. And this was, I think, about 15 months ago where we hosted this event, or maybe 18 months ago when COVID had just started. And we just wanted people to come together, and it was phenomenal. People really loved it. And we hosted, PowerPoint presentations in there. We had video streaming. So it was great. This is how we've been using our metaverse from the beginning, and then rolling it out to our enterprise clients who saw what we did. Um, and then let me see. This is again, I wanted to show this one because this is one of the latest builds that we created. It is it's my personal space. I call it the Elysian. I love the movie Dune, and I love modern architecture, and I wanted to create a space where I could host meditation camps and workshops and have my roundtable discussion. So I designed a two-level space. And so far, people are just so happy coming to the space where they are just so inspired. And again, anything is possible. It can be as out there and it can be as traditional as you want. I just never wanted people to just come into like a typical boardroom. I've always wanted people to come in, experience textures and colors and just be in it. You have 5 minutes to impress someone, and I just wanted to capture that 5 minutes. Um, and this is all available on our website, so you can go ahead at any time and view it. So what we've noticed is user feedback is extremely important to us, and we're constantly iterating the process. And we've noticed that with the metaverse, you can easily go in and revise your builds at any time you want, which is great. So again, it's not like me building a real life architecture here. I can go in and update, I can add in functions and features, I can build in game components to my spaces. So that's the best part about all this. And the question now that my clients are having is, how do we keep up with this tech, right? And I've often tell people, you gotta just move outside of your industry to really look at how other people are using this technology. And then sometimes it's just communicating with other platforms, other tech. People are doing things and then putting putting all the technology together, and they're also willing to write special API codes for you just so that you can use their tech and embed it in the other tech. And it's really a very great community. I am so thankful. Like I'm always asking for shit to happen, and I'm like, oh, can you make this for me? They're like, yes. So learn to adopt, to adapt, keep informed, broaden and collaborate with enthusiasts, and really extend beyond your industry so that you can learn more about how others are doing and using this tech. And that's it. I can be reached at all this social media venue, I suppose. I am rarely on social media, so I think I'm only active on LinkedIn, but you can still find me there. But that's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for this speech. We still have a lot of time.
I went
So,
so fast. I'm like, "Bah!"
yeah, yeah, but it was very informed. It was very good. So, if we will speak about the gaming side, I can remember about some concerts that were in Fortnite, about Ariana Grande concert and others. And it was very great, very like something like revolution in gaming. So
Mhm. Mhm.
we can see that nowadays some games are not just like games.
I
So it
know, right? Because we're actually borrowing a ton. I mean, all this game engine existed for like decades, right? But
yeah,
it's kind of transition and moving to the mainstream, and people are not looking so much at it as a gaming platform anymore. It's more like a social tool,
yes,
and it has become so ubiquitous now. And I learned a ton from my children, right? They're the ones who showed me the Gucci garden. They're the ones who said, Nike Land is on. And then they're the ones, they brought all this knowledge and know-how. Even yesterday, I was laughing because I designed I partnered with an amazing game developer, and we designed a game on Roblox. And
hmm,
I bought my Xbox controller, and
yeah,
I,
yeah,
I let my kids play with the game. And I told my client I can't play the game because I get nauseous. But my kids are like sitting here like ring 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 ring, they're enjoying themselves. And I realized like the kids are teaching me these things. And then I am relaying all of that I learned from my children back to my enterprise clients who are talk about ageism, right? Like I'm in my 40s and I'm trying to train a bunch of 40 or 50 or how to put the headset on, don't get freaked out, don't get nauseous. And then my children's like, let me do it. They
yeah,
are
yeah,
so easy for them. Where I'm freaking out, right? I'm like, how do I do this again? And they're just like, Mama, let me show you. This is how you do it. So I think what it has taught me is I don't stop my kids from playing video games because they're learning so much on gameplay, game strategy, animation. Like my 7-year-old is learning about animation design now. My 10-year-old is learning Blender and 3D modeling. Right?
yes,
It's like
yes,
I never learned about 3D modeling until I went to architecture school. And then for me to look at the younger kids really driving this, it really helps you think as an innovation strategist years to come, who am I hiring? Like even now, like we're hiring people, we're hiring really young people who are
yes,
into
yes,
gaming, into their VR headsets that are willing to stay on there and set things up for me, right? Because I can't find people my age that will do that for me. So
yeah,
I'm so open. That's why I said I'm so open to learning from all age groups, all industries, and the more people are doing this, I feel like it's only just going to help. With this whole transitioning into the metaverse piece.
yes, yes. So we have a question from Artyom. How Bank of America is involved in VR at all?
Yeah, so if you Google it, it's very interesting. They're using it as a training tool, Artem. It's just like how Accenture is doing it. And we've been using, for most of our enterprise clients, we've been using VR and Metaverse as a training tool where we realized that because of the pandemic, especially for companies who have thousands of people around the globe, they really need a platform where they can enable that interaction to still happen. Um, And with the pandemic, sometimes Asia is shut down, sometimes Europe is shut down, right? And we can't have that travel anymore. And they take risk when they put their teams to travel, and then you have to be quarantined, and there's a risk there of getting
Yes.
sick, but also there's a risk of all the cost that's involved with downtime when someone is quarantined for 21 days, let's say. So we've been looking at the VR and metaverse as a tool to help with a lot of training where you can still hire, but come into our metaverse. It's as though that I'm there with you. Put on your headset. Let's go through, onboarding. Let's go through, let's have happy hour with, the team that we just hired in. Let's say, if you're an R&D team, let's hop onto the space and have a meeting with the rest of your team. And it's not like Zoom where it's a 2D experience, right? It's a full immersive 3D thing where you're walking around. It's with spatial audio on. You're listening. Someone walk further away and you're like, hey, you're screaming at him because really the spatial audio is that cool where it's like the further away you get, it's like almost like it's in a next door room, right?
Yeah.
And you can have music, you can walk into different zones, and then you can have a little like happy hour. Of course, all this is all fake. You pick up fake champagne glasses, you pick up fake, Veuve Clicquot. It's fine, but it's almost real. It's almost real. And the good thing is the metaverse is not just happening in a boardroom. It's not like a boring ass, meeting room. It can be outside in an island. You can dress up as whatever you want. And I think that's a piece that is creating the stickiness for training pieces, for recruiting. Now, we've been using it also as training in a sense where the training piece is tricky, right, Nikita? Because not only do we need to train the trainers, so the way that typical people typically present in PowerPoints, right? It's like
Yeah.
PowerPoint 2D presentation. Now we have to train trainers to present in 3D, which means
Yes.
you're just like Tony Stark, stretching things out, moving things around the space, but it's getting them comfortable enough to do that. And charts and graphs are no longer in a 2D format. Charts and graphs have to be built in 3D so that you can do the stretching and all the turnarounds. And so
So
it's
it's
that's a
about
whole piece.
when the COVID starts and the first lockdown. So children, they were teaching teachers to teach them.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Right? Yeah, it's like as adopting like, oh, my kid did a whole year of distant learning, right? They all did all the
Yes.
learning
Yes.
on Zoom. But it's the same thing as now with corporations. They're trying to find this middle ground where if I can't travel, if I can't risk my team traveling around the world, what can I do with this whole remote learning and remote working? And they adopt this metaverse. They go like, okay, we just need to train people to be comfortable enough to go into a metaverse. We just need to train them to present in the metaverse and be comfortable enough to do it for like 30 minutes longer. And what is that content going to be like? And this is fascinating for us creatives like you and I, right? We have agencies. We just need to look at how do we support, right now. And
Yes.
it's essentially you and I just have to learn a lot more.
Yeah. And one more about VR. When I first tested the Oculus VR, I was very surprised because I was thinking that it's not real, but my brain was thinking that it is real. And my reactions were like I'm riding on the real tycoon, or I don't know, flying in real sky, something
Yeah,
like this.
yeah.
So this is very interesting.
Very, and like I work out on my Oculus through this app called Supernatural, and I love it. I love it. I'm addicted to it, right? Because every time I'm in this app, I'm hitting I'm like jumping Yoda. I'm hitting like
Yes,
balls
yes,
with
yes,
my saber, right? And I'm doing kickboxing. But it feels so good because you're in this magical space. It's a space that you've always wanted to go. Like you can't travel, but I'm in this space and I'm working out in like above Great Wall of China or in front of this pyramids in Egypt. And I'm just like, wow, blown away with all the detail, the high definition, this high fidelity. And the technology is now there to enable this experience because if you think about VR 5 years ago, oh my god, It's
Yeah.
like the low polygons, the music can't stream right, you can't move it. It's like now
So
it's
it was so
seamless.
low poly that it really makes you sick.
Exactly. Yeah, it
Yes.
was so ugly, right? It's like, but now it's like so beautiful. So for us as content creators and experience designers, we have to keep up with that tag. Like which tag can hold more than a certain amount of polygons? What kind of experiences do we want? Is it going to be this extremely polished space, or is it going to be cartoony? And so these are the
Yeah.
things that we have to now think about, and it's making our lives a little bit more complex. But hey, we're Ben Affleck and we can do it.
Thank you very much, Mel, for your speech. It was very, very interesting. I hope we will meet on our other events.
Great.
So,
Thank you
have
for
a nice
having
day.
me.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. I apologize for the earlier technology mishap, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank
Don't
you so
worry.
much.
It's okay. It's okay. So, have a
Okay,
nice
bye.
day.
Bye, Nikita.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
Artem. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye bye.
So, a really great presentation from Mel. Really, really cool. Um, so, our next speaker, um, Darin Lynch. He's from Irish Titan. Yeah. Uh, he's the entrepreneur, thought leader, founder and CEO, and the Federal Reserve Board's Small Business Council. He will tell us about why merchants should demand business first, online second. If Darren is ready, yes?
I'm ready.
Hello, Darren.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good. We're off to a good
Okay.
technology start. I was a little worried that this wasn't going to work as easily as it is.
Yeah, but it's worked fine. Can you open your presentation?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so I will check
Let's
that
see.
all works properly.
And I will first do this.
Mm-hmm.
Tighten. Now let's see. How do I? So I have it. Share
Uh,
screen.
share screen, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And are you seeing it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And can you please try to select some slides so we can see that they
Uh,
are like selecting.
yep. Let's see. So I am. Let's see. Are you still
Yeah.
seeing it, or what are you seeing?
No, you can open your PowerPoint into presentation mode.
I have it open, but it's on a separate screen here. So let's see here. Okay,
Oh, yes.
so hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get this back on.
Yes, present. And
Are you,
just try to click the slides. No, it's not. Oh, yes. Yes, okay. I think it's
okay?
working. Yeah.
Okay.
So you can start, Darren.
All right. Let me get my notes pulled up here. What the heck? All right. So the beauty of technology, right? All right. So, why merchants deserve business first, online second. Welcome to my TED Talk. Uh, I'm Darin Lynch. I'll describe myself a little bit more here in this next slide. But business first, online second. What the hell does that mean? I'll explain this more as we sort through the topic. But this is something that I believe in deeply. We've built a business at Irish Titan around it. I think we can all benefit from it, our entire industry. So if you're a merchant, 'cause I think we have a little bit of mixed audience. If you're a merchant, you deserve it. If you're an SI or a tech partner or a digital agency, you sure as hell better be delivering that. Okay, but first, who am I besides a guy who can't afford a haircut? Oops. Okay, so I'm Darin Lynch. I am the founder and CEO of Irish Titan. A wee bit about me, if you will. I'm Irish by American standards, right? All my friends from around the globe always joke about how we're the only country where people talk about being Irish or German or whatever, and really they're just American. I am 3/4 Irish from what my family's told me, but I'm not taking one of those DNA tests because it only goes down, and I can't rebrand my company. One fun little fact about me, I've been to 35 Kiss concerts. That's not a typo. So I am what you might call a pretty big Kiss fan. Now, to establish a little bit of credibility, it's not, I won't spend a lot of time on my bio, but I have been around e-commerce for a long time. I used to say I'm a dinosaur by e-commerce standards, but I've started to realize I probably shouldn't put it that way. It makes it seem like I might be antiquated, and that's not the case. So now I like to refer to myself as grizzled veteran. So my very first e-commerce experience was way back in 1998. And I'm sure we have some people on this event who were not even born yet. In 1998, I led what we would now refer to as the back end portion of Office Max's e-commerce launch. And a different firm led what we now call the front end. After that, I went to Wilson's Leather, which was a giant retailer here in the US at the time. We had 750 stores. We were almost $1 billion. Wilson's Leather is since kind of repurposed and does mostly the sourcing and production for other brands and other retailers. But at the time, Wilson's was a very sizable retail presence. And I launched their e-commerce presence, which was really a function of change management much as technology management, because that was in 2001. And so retail stores were definitely threatened by the notion of e-commerce, right? They felt like they would be losing business. From there, I moved on to Second Swing Golf, which is still around. When I was there, we were the largest golf retailer in the country. We had 85 stores. I launched their e-commerce presence, which was pretty sophisticated because Second Swing Golf had a model that we refer to as intribution. So not contribution, but intribution. And it really referred to the notion of bringing in used golf clubs. So we integrated with eBay, buying and selling. We were automating our bids, our max bids, and all of those functions of eBay. We were automating those and integrating with our own e-commerce site. So that's pretty sophisticated for 2004. From there, I thought I'd learned everything I could. So I started Irish Titan. And I'll talk a little bit more about Irish Titan here in this next slide, but those are some of the brands that we work on amongst many, right? Okay, now a wee bit about us. So
Darin, sorry. 1 minute, please. Sorry. Can you please try to switch your audio, your microphone to another?
To something else?
Yes. It's a little
sure.
bit like crispy.
Yep, let's try this.
Yeah, it's in settings, audio and audio input.
Is that any better?
Yes, it is.
Now I can't hear you.
Thank you.
Now I can't hear you though.
Oh my God. Darin?
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, but we can hear but we can hear him. One, two, three. Can you hear me now?
I'm not hearing anything.
So you are not hearing me now? Oh my god, we just ruined something. I think Darin. Can you hear me now? So it's a little bit technical problems today with our speakers.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to leave and come back in.
Okay. Okay. So a little bit time. Sorry. We have a crispy microphone here. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's perfect now.
Okay, let's try this again.
Yeah.
Okay, you're probably not seeing my screen because I think I moved too fast. Now let me share my screen.
Okay.
Are you seeing it now?
Yes, it's all good.
Okay.
It's all good. You can
And you
continue.
can,
Sorry.
all right, no problem. And can
Yeah.
you give me a time check? I want to make sure, since we had a little bit of a technical snafu, what time do we need to end to make sure to stay on time?
We need to end at 10:20.
Okay. Okay. So
Okay.
again, we're talking about business first, online second, why merchants deserve it, subtitled why we in the e-commerce ecosystem should be practicing it. A bit about my background, now a wee bit about Irish Titan. I founded us in 2004. We have around 40 Titans. That's an important number because one of the things that's unique about us is we do all of our work with just our Titans. That's how we refer to our employees. So we have a Titan only model. We don't use contractors, freelancers, or any offshore resources, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the way we've built our company. What we do is we build and grow e-commerce channels. We do that with our strategy, creative, and engineering teams, which are empowered by project management, and I'll talk about that a little bit. We work with and our official partners with, from a platform perspective, Magento, Shopify, BigCommerce, and Sitecore. Of course, all of the platforms around that, or excuse me, all the technologies around that, Yotpo, Nosto, Digital, Klaviyo, etc. And we love Business First Online Second, as we abbreviated to B102, so much that we trademarked it. We have a trademark on it. It's framed, hanging at the front door of our office. Okay. So the punchline. Here's an overview of our conversation, the agenda, the outline, the roadmap, however you want to refer to it. Okay. So we're going to talk about what business first, online second means. You can see that that's in quotes. Technically, it's called a service mark, which is why it's SM. We're going to talk about why it's rare. We'll talk about how to find it and how to live it. These are the principles that I think that we want to try to convey in this conversation. Now, I'm going to start by laying out how we have built our business around Business First Online Second and the importance of it in this mental model that we have. This will give you proof about how seriously we take it. Many of you will know who Simon Sinek is. He is an incredibly inspiring, eloquent, articulate speaker, thought leader. He wrote The Infinite Game, wrote Leaders Eat Last. It all began with this book called Start With Why. And I was fortunate enough to meet with him in a small group setting in, I think it was 2011, June of 2011. There were about 15 of us when Start With Why was between the TED Talk that he did and when the book came out. And so that was a very seminal moment in my professional development, Irish Titans history. Our why is business first, online second. Our how is partnerships and transactions, our what's build and grow e-commerce channels. But back to our why, business first, online second. That golden circle, as it's referred to in his book, Start With Why, that's on our website. It's on our business cards, the few that we use anymore. It's part of our interview process. It's part of our annual review process. It's part of our sales process. We tell our prospects that they should expect business first, online second from us. It's on our whiteboards. People can walk around and they can see when I've been talking about it because of the way I draw the golden circle. I'm not a designer, so it's a very primitive, crude drawing that tends to have its own character. And it's in this deck, right? So we're eating our own dog food, and I hope that establishes some of the framework that I think will serve as the foundation for this conversation. Okay, so business first, online second. What is it? If you want to understand what it is, sorry, I'm moving forward here on my notes. It's not about bits and bytes. For brevity's sake on this slide, I referred to bits and bytes, but I mentioned already that this is part of our interview process. So if I'm interviewing an engineer, I'll say it's not about bits and bytes. If I'm interviewing a strategist, I'll say it's not about keywords. If it is a creative, I'll say it's not about pixels. And if it's a PM, I'll say it's not about Gantt charts or budgets. It's about our client's business, their strategies, their problems, their opportunities. So it's not about the bits and bytes. It's also not about the latest acronym. It's about using the right tech at the right time in the right way, even if that tech is so 2019, right? All of those things are important, right? The pixels, the bits and bytes, the keywords, the Gantt charts, et cetera. Those are what we practice in, right? What we trade in every day. And so we better be good at those. But it's how we put all of those together to further our clients, our merchants' businesses, their strategies, how we solve their problems, how we capitalize on their opportunities. That's what business first, online second. If you don't think and deliver that, you're going to miss the mark for your clients. So why is it rare? It's rare for pretty evident reasons when you think about it, right? Because what we do in our world, in our ecosystem as digital agencies, e-commerce agencies, tech partners, SI, whatever terms you want to use and whatever is most applicable. We live at the intersection of design, technology, and marketing. Three disciplines that are fluid, intangible, and mysterious. They're ever changing. They're difficult for people to understand. Even within our business, we might be talking agency to agency at an event, and what one of us might say about a user experience when we're trying to describe it, the other might interpret it differently than how we're conveying it. And we're the professionals. So think how difficult it is for a merchant to keep up to date on these when they're trying to run their business, right? So think about it. Is paid search marketing? Yes, of course it is. Good luck with the attribution models, right? Is email marketing, or excuse me, are email campaigns marketing? Of course they are. Good luck with the open rates, the conversion rates, acquisition rates, right? So just that very example shows how different within just marketing different disciplines are, right? Or just this year at Shopify Unite, hydrogen was mentioned. Shopify 2.0 was mentioned. Both of those released. And how are merchants to understand that and the value in that if we don't translate how those technologies support their businesses, right? What we do is at that intersection of fluid, intangible, and mysterious disciplines. To top that, in the e-commerce world that we all live in, it's even more important that we're bringing those disciplines together in a way that is directly affecting their bank account, right? Merchants are expecting to sell product profitably. It's kind of a different layer to the conversation, but they're expecting to sell product that creates revenue that gets deposited into their bank account. So there's no better testimony to the value of business first, online second in our space. Because if a traditional digital agency benefits from business first, online second, then we better demand it. Our merchants better demand it. So that's why it's rare. Let's talk a little bit about how to find it. So I think we have a little bit of a mixed audience attending, right? So I think we have some merchants, I think we have some agencies, some of the ecosystem, perhaps is how I should have titled that. If you're a merchant, there are a couple of things here that I want to encourage you to do so that you can ensure your success in finding a provider who will give you a business first, online second experience. First, I want you to roll your eyes. If you're talking to a tech partner, an SI, anybody in the ecosystem, and if their conversation is filled with acronyms or it's filled with tech speak that you can't relate to, and if it's void of conversations around what your business is, how hydrogen, for example, to relate to the previous comments about what Shopify releases here, how hydrogen might enable headless commerce to allow you as a merchant to separate the shopping cart from the experience because you have a really brand intensive e-commerce channel that demands a lot of content. Like if there's not that sort of conversation, you should literally roll your eyes in that conversation so that they understand that they are off into their navel gazing, as some people like to say, right? Inside baseball too much. They're talking about the things that matter to them without understanding that they need to relate it to you. Secondly, as a merchant, demand dialogue. So if you reach out to a tech partner or an SI, anybody in the ecosystem, I'll quit distinguishing between the two, right? Just for brevity's sake. You reach out to somebody in the ecosystem, and if they turn around a quote to you or an estimate in a day or hours without conversation, you're not going to get a business first, online second experience. Now, depending on what you're asking for, that may be okay, right? Like if you're having a simple problem on a product detail page, then perhaps the solution's easy and someone can solve it pretty simply. But if you're looking to launch an e-commerce channel, re-platform, migrate from one channel to another, do an integration that was a phase 2 between your e-commerce channel and your ERP, for example, or your CRM. Those are the sorts of experiences and investments and projects that demand dialogue. So as a merchant, you should be expecting someone to ask you questions about where you came, where you're going, why you're taking that journey, how your business is demanding it, what's changed in your business to demand that. So if that dialogue isn't happening, you're not going to get a business first, online second experience. And it could be absent, that dialogue could be absent because that SI maybe can't think business first, online second. If you're a hammer, if that's all you have, then everything looks like a nail, right? And so if that partner you're talking to can't think in a business first, online second way, and I'll talk about how the partner can do that here in a second, then they might be void of that capability. And that should raise a yellow flag, if not a red flag for you. Okay, now let's move on to the ecosystem. How do you build a team that delivers business first, online second, and delivers that experience for your merchants? First, you want to say in your interviewing and hiring practices, you want to say yes to curiosity, no to pizza and do. Okay. Now I'm going to paint with a broad brush here, but a lot of engineers, particularly, I'll pick on that discipline in painting this picture. A lot of engineers don't really want to engage with merchants. Not all engineers. I'm painting with a broad brush, as I mentioned, to make my point. A lot of engineers would rather jam code and have pizza and Mountain Dew slid under the door to them so they can have their headphones on, rocking out to Kiss and jam code. That's great, right? That's totally great. That's not a business first, online second kind of mentality. Depending on the size of your team, if you have 100 employees, then perhaps a chunk of your dev team can be wired like that. But you need, as a provider in the ecosystem, you need to say yes to curiosity, because you need resources who will be client facing that will ask them questions, right? So regardless of whether it's strategists, creatives, engineers, PMs, you want professionals, you want talent who is curious. They will ask the merchant, the prospect, depending on where they are in the process. They will ask them about their business, about their challenges, their opportunities, how their product mix might be changing, how their business might be changing. Perhaps it's going international. Why is it going international? Have they pivoted? Were they bricks and clicks before and are now primarily online, right? These sorts of questions are what you want to hire talent for posing, right? You want your talent to ask those questions and be curious about your merchants and about your prospects' business. So if your talent wants pizza and dew slid under the door, that's not going to be business first, online second. Look for talent that will be curious. Secondly, in terms of your offering, think about being and consider being more leading edge and less bleeding edge, right? Leading edge is good for merchants. Bleeding edge is bad for merchants. If you want to be bleeding edge, be a tech company, right? Like tech companies need to invest in that bleeding edge. That's why they have beta environments. It's why they have limited releases that can get tested by SIs, etc. Right? But by the time that gets to the merchant, bleeding edge technology is usually harmful. So from a business first, online second perspective, if it's going to harm their business, you don't want to take that to the merchant, right? We have enough problems with leading edge technology that's relatively stable, right? Being a grizzled veteran, I've been around a lot of Black Fridays, Cyber Mondays, and the technology has improved greatly so that there are far fewer problems during that weekend in supporting the e-commerce channels. But there still are problems, right? So leading edge and stable, whatever we want to call behind leading edge, that still has issues. So yes to leading edge, no to bleeding edge. That's how either a merchant or someone in the ecosystem can build teams. Because when we're talking about finding business first, online second, that's really what it is building your team. As a merchant, you are going to be working with SIs and partners and perhaps other groups, right? So how do you build that group of trusted advisors that will give you that business first, online second experience? As someone in the ecosystem, how do we deliver that, right? And that's how we build a team that delivers that. So whether you're a merchant or in the ecosystem, finding business first, online second is really about building that team. Okay? So living it. How do you live your business first, online second experience? I think the most important point I can make is this first one, and it's about project management. Your project management practice and your project managers should be conductors, not ushers. Don't expect your project managers to be in thankless jobs. Don't expect them to be note takers. Your project managers should be conductors or quarterbacks or whatever analogy you want to make. So if your project manager is a conductor, a note taker would be the equivalent of an usher, right? And that's a recipe for disaster with project management because it will be underwhelming. We rebuilt our project management practice about 5 years ago because we were starting to have a lot of growing pains. We tore it apart, put it back together. We invested a lot in the time, talent, and treasure of our project management practice. We increased their portion of a budget of a project. We hired more experienced talent. We invested in better tools. We gave them a lot of power within the organization. We hired them, and we were very clear about stating that you're not a note taker. You are going to empower all of our talent and bring these projects to a successful close, right? And we're going to expect you to deliver business first, online second as part of that. As part of your job is to make sure the clients are experiencing that. That created an entire new horizon for us as a business. There are different models about business performance, right? Like hero efforts and mature efforts. We moved into that maturity model when we rebuilt our project management practice and made them conductors, not ushers, right? They empower all of our resources. Our engineers, our strategists, our creatives love our project managers now. And that's not always true at a lot of places. And in a lot of other industries, project management's a thankless job. It doesn't have to be that way for us. So if you want to live business first, online second, begin with empowering your project management to be conductors, not ushers. And hold on, once you get that, hold on to that with a white knuckle grip. Okay? Measure twice, cut once refers to documentation. And I alluded to this a little bit earlier when I talked about demand dialogue. What this means is, what it doesn't mean, maybe I'll start there, is documentation for the sake of documentation. What it does refer to, though, is that you should be capturing your merchant's market, their competition, their product set, how their business has evolved over the last few years, how it's going to evolve over the next few years. You don't necessarily have to position yourself as a consultancy or a branding agency to capture that information. Sometimes those sorts of conversations and exercises emerge because sometimes a merchant doesn't know the answers to those questions, right? There are a couple of different sorts of clients, right? A good one knows who they are and knows that they know who they are. A okay one doesn't know who they are and knows that they don't know who they are. A bad one thinks they know who they are but doesn't know who they are, right? And so those sorts of conversations uncover that. But if you don't have those conversations, you're not going to be able to establish the sorts of requirements that are going to bring their business to life. Business first, online second. So the moving from the merchant's brand and positioning and product set and revenue plans and their sort of business plans will set the table for how you capture and document and establish features and functionality, and then your UX and UI, right? And all of that should be written in at most erasable pen because things change. But if you don't capture that, then written documentation is the form of persuasion, right? And forcing yourself to write that down forces you to be able to articulate what it is the client's asking for. And you can push that upstream and force the merchant to document that too. Okay. Lastly, business first, online second. So goes the leader, so goes the culture, and so goes the culture, so goes the company. So you as a leader, if you don't believe that business first, online second is important, then your team, your company, they're not going to believe it either, right? And so I don't care if you're the owner, in my case, the project manager, a practice area lead, a division lead, whatever the case may be, a developer. If you don't believe in business first, online second, if you sort of default to bleeding edge technology instead of leading edge, or acronyms instead of common sense, common speak business language, business first, online second isn't going to take root. And if it doesn't, then you're prone to delivering a technology first solution, which doesn't work for merchants in the long run and usually not in the short. So we talked about why it's rare. We talked about how to find it, how to live it. I think that brings the formal part of our programming to a conclusion here. I'm Darin Lynch, founder and CEO of Irish Titan. I believe in business first, online second. I think everyone here should believe in it. If you're in the ecosystem, you should provide it. If you're a merchant, you deserve it and should be demanding. I'm easy to find. Social, there's my email. And so if you have any questions, I'm happy to riff. Hope everybody has a great rest of the conference. Sláinte.
Thank you, Darin, for your speech. Nowadays there are so many businessmen that are thinking they just have to have their website and it will work for on its own without business, without strategy. So
Right.
it's not working like that. And you all heard that from Darin. Maybe you can tell us a couple of words about your company, how you started, why are you working with those things that you're working with?
Yeah. So when I started, so my first experience with e-commerce, as I mentioned, was in 1998. And I thought, this is really interesting. And that I thought this is going to change the landscape of technology and retail and shopping experience, et cetera. And I grew up, I was a computer science major at first, and I switched to what at the time was called management information systems, which is sort of computer science light, but it's through the business school. You still take a bunch of computer science classes, but less than a computer science major. And instead, and in place of some of those classes, you take like accounting and finance and marketing, et cetera. And I loved that because we're all wired differently, right? Some people like chicken and some people like steak and some people like vegetables. And so I was always wired to really get energy from the business application of technology, less so the technology itself. And so when e-commerce came along, and well, e-commerce started before 98, but my first exposure really scratched an itch for me because it felt like it was that perfect convergence of technology and business. So from that point forward, I sort of chased big, challenging, hairy e-commerce projects, right? Launching Office Max was a big, hairy, challenging project. Launching Leather's e-commerce project was a big, hairy project. Like I said, that was more change management because of the people resistance in 2001. Second Swing was more technology challenge because of the eBay integration. By the time Second Swing experience sort of began to draw to a close for me, I thought that there was no longer any more challenge that I could have on someone else's dime, if you will. It was time for me to start my own company, which I always knew I would do at some point. So that's when I jumped off the cliff and decided I'd make a net on the way down if I needed to, and started Irish Titan. At that point, I had also accumulated some experiences from being on the other side of the table as being the merchant, to use my terminology, our terminology, buying the services. So I had a point of view about what worked the best, the partners that I worked the best with, the partners who delivered the best sorts of solutions. So from the beginning, I wanted to build what we now call a Titan only model, where we didn't use contractors, freelancers, or offshore resources. And again, I'm not judging anybody else's model. We all do what we feel is right for us with the opportunities surrounding us, the way we're wired, et cetera. So I started with that. That really forced me to choose a platform to begin with, right? Because absent of the flexibility and scalability, which are good things, of contractors, freelancers, and offshore resources, you can't sell. Back in the day, I couldn't have sold a NetSuite project today, a Demandware project tomorrow, and a Magento project the day after that. There are different technology stacks. There's different familiarity. So we aligned ourselves with Magento very early, and we were Magento only until 2015. Then we added Shopify and BigCommerce, and then this year's Sitecore. So our business has evolved quite extensively over the years, but business first, online second has been really the foundation for it. And when I met Simon Sinek in a small group setting over a few pints, one of the things that became very apparent very clearly was our why is business first, online second. I already had it trademarked. And that had emerged when we were having, as a saying, that had emerged when we were having a, ha- a happy hour, a sad hour during the troubled parts of a project. We were working with a client and really struggling with the project. And it was more on us, quite honestly. And so we were out having a few pints trying to crack that code. And I said, guys, we got to remember, we got to deliver business first, online second. And one of my Titans said, Lynch, write that down. That's really good saying. So that's how the saying even emerged in, I think it was 2009. Yeah, it would have been 2009 because I remember the client. And so then it wasn't until 2011 when I met Simon Sinek that I started to realize that that's our why, because that's when I became familiar with the model. And I think that between that and one other thing I'll talk about here in a second, they've really served as the lighthouses for how our business has grown over the years. And that other lighthouse, as I refer to it, is POTUS. And for anybody familiar with that acronym, it's not political. What it stands for is passion, ownership, teamwork, impact, and skills. Those are our 5 internal values. So the golden circle, particularly business first, online second, at the center of that, the why, that golden circle plus POTUS is what has really served as the 2 lighthouses, what has guided us through the years. It's one of the reasons we have very little turnover, even in this day and age with the great resignation, as it's being referred to. We've had very little turnover and attrition. We have high employee engagement. And I think it's because of those 2 things. I kind of riffed there, but hopefully that answered some of your question.
So Irish Titan have a really great history out there. And you've been to 35 concerts of Kiss?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Oh my god, you're a really happy man.
I am. And I've painted my face at many of them.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
And I only been to Korn concerts.
Oh, yeah. I've seen Korn. I've seen Korn. I've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of concerts. I have a pretty wide musical taste, like a lot of people do. So it's not that Kiss is the only band I like, but they're the ones I've seen times.
That's great. Thank you for your speech, Darin. It was very interesting. We'll meet on our other events, I think. I
Yeah.
wish.
Yeah.
I
I hope so
wish.
too.
Yeah. So have a great day.
Thanks, Nikita. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Bye, Darin. So another really great and interesting speech on our online summit. And I think we're going to our next speaker. Yeah. Our next speaker is Vinod Suresh from GoDaddy, the VP Growth and subscription at GoDaddy and formerly Walmart Plus. And he will tell us about how to build and scale a successful membership subscription business. So, hello, Vinod.
Hey Nikita, how you doing?
Do you? I'm fine. How about you?
Excellent, fantastic.
Oh, it's evening out there. Yes.
No, it's early morning. It's 7:20
Oh,
in California.
oh my God! I see it's behind your window. That's it's still dark. So you can open your presentation. So we will check that everything is working properly because we have technical issues today with every speaker.
Okay, got you. Okay, let
Yeah,
me.
yeah, we have a couple of minutes, so you
Sure.
can just share
Okay,
your screen.
got it. Okay.
So do you see a share screen button, or do you need?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
Uh-huh.
do. Hang on.
Okay.
Uh, would like to record. Okay. Yes, you're right. I'll have to go do something. It's not letting me share.
Oh,
Hang
so
on.
the restream is not letting you share.
I think it's the browser setting something. Update your system permission.
Oh, it's not good. So when you are clicking share screen, it gets nothing.
It gives me unable to share the screen. Please update system permission to allow.
Maybe you can share, and you can share entire screen too.
Yeah, no, it's not letting me do any of that actually.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. So
I
we
You
can.
have a copy. Are you able to pull that out or share it? No.
Oh, I can't because I
Yeah.
haven't.
Okay. Sounds
I
good.
have.
Okay. Let me go figure this. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna log out and join again from a different browser and see if that works.
Okay.
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 Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's try this. So another small technical issues. I'm getting nervous today. Oh, what a day! What a day! I thought it will be like more relaxing today because we have not so many speakers as yesterday. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can
Okay,
you
I can see you and I can see your screen.
can you see
Okay.
the presentation or no?
Yes, and you can try to switch to presentation mode.
Yes. Uh,
Just on your in your soft. Just click present.
yeah. No, this is a PDF. Hang on. I will open the presentation format. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see the
And
presentation now?
yes, and try to click slides.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, you can start. Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. Cool. Okay, guys. Great to be here. Sorry for that little bit of a technical hiccup. But I'm glad we are able to get started. Just about me a little bit. I've my own personal career. I have worked in commerce, retail, in the intersection of commerce, retail, and CPG for almost couple decades now. Primarily working at companies like eBay, AB InBev, Sam's Club, Walmart, and currently GoDaddy. I'm very, very new at GoDaddy. Just clocking 30 days. So, it's a brand new industry that I'm just getting ramped up on. I personally believe in being student for life, and you'll see some of my beliefs on the top, which is like stay curious, and I try and put that to practice. I've been going back to school every year for last 16 years now. I like to believe that I never graduated out because I think there's always something to learn. So that's about me. I also have a GoDaddy website called crazyproductguy.com in case you want to reach out to me. With that, I'll get going. I think today what I want to talk about, and it kind of really nicely blends into the previous speech, which is around orchestration and process and business first and e-commerce second or online second. It kind of lends in really well into that. So the idea is, how do you get started with digital? I'm not saying e-commerce or online. I'm just saying digital more broadly, because, and I'll get to it. How do you enable digital, and how do you truly enable technology to help with with your day-to-day operations? And that could be backend within your ecosystem, or with your customers, which is the commerce side of things. How do you blend all of that together with the digital first kind of a approach in the retail, and how do you approach that entire journey, and how to be successful? So I think a lot of the things that you'll see in next few slides are based on my experience working at Sam's Club, leading product for membership and marketing, incubating Walmart Plus last year at Walmart, and then a little bit from this year, from my current job at GoDaddy, trying to stand up a subscription model that really works. So, the previous speaker spoke about project management and having an orchestrator. I guess it's the same thing. I'm just going to kind of double click into that, and I just call that as a product mindset. So whenever we encroach or get into a problem space, and before choosing, what is the best way to solve it, whether digital or not, I think it is really critical for all of us to kind of understand three specific things, right? Like, and think of it as a very broad framework and can be applied to pretty much any problem. What is the real life problems that we are trying to solve for our customers? How will we know that we solve the problems? And then the third one is, how will we test, learn, and iterate to improve, right? Because I think these three are very, very fundamental questions, and if you don't have answers to these three questions, then you're going approaching the problem in a not so correct way. And I'll give you some examples from the commerce side, from loyalty side, and also from um, building that ecosystem, leveraging partners. But I wanted to make sure that we spend maybe first 5 minutes on the framework itself, so that the rest of the case studies and some of the problems that I'll discuss in today, will make total sense. So I think the first thing to do is, as you're venturing into the digital kind of a ecosystem or a digital space, I think the first thing is to make like some fundamental cultural mind shifts. Move away from the IT mindset to a more like a product mindset, and I'll talk to you about what that difference is, right? So, and I'm not going to read through the slide. You can all see the slide. I think the key thing here is the fundamental concept is that you want a champion for your customers within your organization, because marketing is going to worry about marketing, merchandising is going to worry about how do they sell their merchandise, but you also need a third important pillar within the company, who are going to be your customer champions. So essentially, in on the on if you look at it from an old school of working the IT mindset, I think it feels like technology and product and program management, all of them are there to serve the business. That's not essentially true. I think on the product side, you really want the product managers to be the champions of the customers. The second important thing is data, right? Like having a very clear data driven approach is both for requirement gathering, for measuring success, for measuring metrics, for driving cross functional alignment. Like essentially, data is like the single most important thing. And when I say data, I mean both quantitative data and qualitative data. And I think the magic really happens when you have an amalgamation of both of them. I think that's going to be super critical. Um, and then the core job of a product manager essentially is also to bring together like a cross-functional team, so that you're harnessing all of your internal assets from a company standpoint to be able to really go solve that problem, because it cannot be solved in silos for sure, right? And then the team is really focused on driving results and is comfortable iterating through it, and also is comfortable failing, but fail fast and fail cheap, so that you can pick the learnings and make sure that you're not committing the same mistakes again. So that's like a fundamental initial concept. I think a layer into that is the idea that you really want a customer obsessed culture, that really drives new products and experiences, not just incremental changes, but also some very fundamental changes. And those changes could be to the business model, to be on the technology side, and also to be from leveraging new ways of solving the same problem. I always say that as product managers, you always want to fall in love with the problem, not the solution, because one solution may work today, may not tomorrow, or the technology may evolve. So never marry yourself to the solution, marry yourself to the problem. I think the other key aspect of this, especially in very large companies, this may not be so true in startup kind of an environment, because that's not a big hassle in startups. But essentially, in large organizations, you would really want to, as I said, start with the customer needs, start with the data. But I think the key part of this is also make it more like a team effort, and make sure that you have the right metrics and right KPIs, and those should be customer centric KPIs. And you want to make sure that you are truly paving the path and unblocking the path and the road for your team, as so that they can, each team should have a very clear customer metric that they're chasing after, and they are continuing to iterate till they have really reached that measurement of success that has been set out at the beginning. um, and I'm kind of going a little faster on some of these slides, because the idea is to get to some of the case studies quickly. But I'll be happy to take questions after. So another key thing, and I saw this on the previous speaker, said measure twice and cut once, and I think that's exactly what this is, right? Like you want to make sure that before you start building stuff, you do like an end-to-end discovery and a hypothesis testing before even writing the first line of code. And the reason I say that is because I think technology and the cross-functional team and the bandwidth and the effort that goes into building these products can be very, very expensive at times, because remember we said we are not going to just build incremental products. We are also going to do fundamental shifts in both the business model in terms of how certain operations are done in the company. So these are huge, massive transformation projects, and you really want to make sure that you've given it a best shot before you actually start building some of these products out. And a lot of testing is super important, and to ensure that you have a product market fit before you actually go out and go all in. So there is nothing wrong in being little doubtful and trust but confirm before you go all in. So what were some of the problems? So I'll go through three specific customer problems in this session today. Um, the first one is and the first one is from Sam's Club. I'll also tell you which companies I'm referring to as I go through each one of these. But I think the first customer problem is they really don't like standing in checkout lines. And the hypothesis that we came up with is that the customers are busy, don't have time to stand in long lines for checkout every time they shop. And this is also a little ironical because you let the customers in the retail world shop as much as possible without any friction, but the moment they want to pay you money, you add a friction of creating a line and adding wait time and all of that. So how did we solve this problem? So we started the customer problem around time that they spent on checkout, and a lot of this is little older data. Given I no longer work with Sam, so I just wanted to make sure that there is no proprietary information here. This is about a couple years old data. But essentially what we said is one of the biggest negative impact on NPS, which is Net Promoter Score, think of it as a customer satisfaction score, is checkout lines. So we first looked at both qualitative and quantitative data to ensure that we are solving, or we are set out on a journey to solve the right problem. And some of the customer feedback was took twice as long to check out than to collect my items. My only complaint is the exit. The lines for the checkout were too long. 30% more transactions on weekends, so it really adds a lot more pressure during the time when customers are really shopping. So what did we do? We built this solution called a Scan and Go, and we really built this, and this was like about a few years back, is we had two engineers and one designer and one product manager really go spend a weekend shopping at one of our stores and say that, hey, how can you really go hack some solution very quickly to really validate the hypothesis. So the first thing that we did is the two people that you see really came up with this idea of building a solution called a Scan and Go. And the way we did that is it was more like an assisted checkout, where customers, after they finish shopping, would come, and these guys would pick up their phone and start scanning some of the items in their cart and see how if they check out. And that's probably like a more one-to-one personalized service, very different from the product that is live today. Obviously it has gone through many iterations, but I'm telling you a story of the genesis of this product, and which is more interesting. So that's all it started with. So as you can see, very low investment, couple 4 to 5 people spending couple weeks trying to hack a solution, working through in a very scrappy startup-ish way. Then we built out like the first level of solution, and you can actually see some of the older data here, because when we built out the solution, we put together like a real clear MVP solution that we had launched just for 1 to 10 clubs, and we started driving adoption within those clubs. And what we saw was an immediate validation of product market fit and customer NPS. Right, you can see some of the customer feedbacks here. The app is a bomb, fast and easy. I'm out of the door, no waiting, right? All of that. So I think it kind of immediately validated the initial hypothesis. So essentially, you again started with a problem, which is customer don't want to wait. Then you came up with a solution, which is really centered around the problem that we started off with. And then you want to run some very immediate tests to make sure that you're validating that the solution you chose really solves the problem. And then you can see more of these, and these are all public data, so you can actually see a lot of this YouTube videos of talking about how customers find it really fast, easy, and super awesome, to be completely empowered to walk in and walk out. And then what we did is we really learned from the data, and we really found some other corner cases, right? You end up, when you solve one problem, you end up creating smaller problems, and hopefully those are smaller. So you end up going into iteration, which is why test and iteration is super important. We did find some of risks around fraud, guest checkout, and robust. We needed a robust platform. The scrappy one is no longer the can no longer scale. So then you make an investment, but you make an investment to building some of these features after you've tested that the customer really likes, and it really solves a customer problem that you really set out to go solve. So that's essentially the first thing. And I'm again, I want to be respectful of time, so I want to make sure we're not overshooting the time. Okay, so we do have. So I'll go through a couple other examples. The second problem that we saw, and this is in the context of membership overall, and I don't think this is a very specific company problem. I think this is more of an industry problem. Is whenever you are paying for membership or loyalty or subscription, the general thing that one of the topmost industry problem that you see is customers sometimes don't see value in membership, right? I kid you not, this can be relevant in any industry. So from a retail standpoint or commerce standpoint, I think some of the traits of our labs members was the fact that they don't really buy fresh items, which is the core categories for at least the industry that we were in. They don't really buy in all the categories, or they don't really engage themselves across maximizing the value of all the different values and the breadth that the offering can provide. And then there's a low awareness overall, right? So some of the customer, if you see verbatims where this does not seem like a fun place to shop, I don't think this is a fit for me, how do I know I'm getting good deal, I didn't go to shopping enough, right? So essentially you're saying that you're not engaging enough for you to realize the value, even if the value exists. So I think one of the things that we came up with is what we called as new member treasure hunt. So essentially what we started with the data insight, again, going back to marrying and being centered around the problem rather than a solution. So the key thing that we did is we started on the data side, and we looked and we said, okay, so it's very hard to go build a solution for every single use case or scenario of shopping journey. So we have to get super focused to ensure that how do we really solve the problem. Otherwise, you will end up doing a lot of spray and pray. Like you will end up doing small things across the entire journey, and you will not see the kind of impact that you want to see, and which will not validate your hypothesis, which will further create a problem of, you won't know how to proceed with the journey that you're in. So it was super critical for us to get focused first. So I think the first thing we did is we started with the data crunching using our data science team. And we said, like, out of all of the journeys, which one is the most important? And what we found out was that out of all of the, from a customer insight standpoint, we came up with an algorithm which basically said with very high confidence or prediction rate that out of all of the things, the first 2 weeks of a new member is the most critical, because that's essentially, behavior scientists often swear by the 21-day rule. In our case, I think the algorithm said that the first 12 days or first 14 days, essentially 2 weeks, is going to be super critical of a new member, and that helps shapes the behavior. So the impact of anything that you do within the first 2 weeks is going to be the most impact will continue to be there further along in that life cycle, but it's going to be the highest, if you're able to make a dent within the first 2 weeks. So we also realized that first 2 weeks, even within first 2 weeks, if you have to go even more high, if you want to get even more hyper focused, we said that let's focus on the first shopping journey that you have, instead of, and that could be on day zero, could be on day one, it could be on day 12, after you've become a member or a subscriber. So with that hypothesis, we came up with what we called as new member treasure hunt. So essentially speaking, this is nothing but, we said, let's go back and look at some of the customer verbatim. We said the customer said that it was not fun to shop. Customer said that it takes too long, and they don't see enough value, and they kind of felt like they didn't know what the value was. So essentially speaking, I think what we did is we took all of those and we gamified your first day of shopping in a way that we can make it fun, we can expose you to all the different benefits and value that we provide, and three, also make it convenient not only for that particular shopping journey but also for subsequent shopping journeys. So we looked at category penetration, frequency, and channel penetration. And channel here refers to convenience of future shopping, which is basically enabling them on digital or mobile app and online shopping. Frequency here essentially goes back to getting the customers back again more frequently, which is a leading indicator to say that they are seeing value. And then category essentially talks about penetration, which means that yes, it's again a second leading indicator to say that yes, they have found value in both the depth and the breadth of the offering that you have. So I think the key part of this entire case study is the fact of how we approach it. So just to put down the customer journey, the new member comes, signs up for membership, they get like a flyer, they go and scan a link. So we did not put it in the app because we know that app download at that point of time when we launched this was a friction point. We wanted to learn fast and learn more. So essentially, we created a mobile site where they just go enter the email address and they get to play. And what we did is, we will nudge them to different parts of the store, and as they engage in those, they would be rewarded at the end of the shopping trip with a gift card. So we actually went through 4 to 5 different iterations on this. The first iteration, before we go here, the first iteration was essentially using post-it notes. So we built zero tech, zero product. So the first iteration was that we just gave them a post-it note, asked them and gave them a sheet with 4 to 5 questions, asked them to answer those questions within the post-it note, hand over the post-it note before they exit the store, and then we gave them a gift card, a physical gift card. Iteration 2, as we learned out of this process, iteration 2, we built this particular detail that you see in the slide, which is essentially a mobile website. And all of this was built using third party, because we had still not validated the hypothesis enough to make internal investments using our own resources for this one. So we used a third party to go build the site, and we would email them a digital gift card at the end of it. And in the process, we ended up capturing their email address, which helped them get them activated on digital as well. Iteration 3, we integrated this with our core mobile app, and this is the point when we brought this in-house. And then iteration 4, we moved away from giving gift cards, because gift cards is prone to a lot of fraud and a lot of different issues, accounting issues. So we moved that into providing instant savings or offers on existing products, so that it's more seamless. And we, by the time, we already know what is the shopping purchase and which products they find value, so we were able to provide offers on those products. And iteration 5, we actually went to talk to our suppliers, the products, the people who actually manufactured those products, and we were able to get them to fund the offer that we put together. So essentially, we focus on the customer on 4 iterations out of 5, and in the 5th iteration, we actually monetize the product to make sure that we are still driving the same customer value, but we are no longer funding it. We are getting it funded by our suppliers, who essentially are finding more value because it's essentially driving their P&L and bottom line as well. So that's the whole thing. So hopefully you can relate back to the framework, right? Once you center on a customer problem, And once you articulate the problem and the hypothesis in a very clear way, you actually have multiple different paths to go solve that problem. You can choose the best possible path that you feel at that point of time, which may or may not work. And if you know that didn't work, that's fine, you move on to the next one. But the idea is that you want enough commitment to make sure that the problem is still relevant and it's still worth putting in that kind of an investment. So we actually saw, increases in all of the metrics that we had set out to define the success. And then we also saw a lot of customer surveys and customer feedback, both formally and informally. And we then used that to, we iterated through this entire journey, as I spoke, in 4 or 5 big iterations, and we ran about 60 experiments in about 20 weeks across various different clubs. And then we further integrated this, as I said, with our core app and with the technology that exists both in store and connecting that with the omni-channel or the retail, digital experience. Um, then the third problem is actually a problem, it should say three. My apologies, it's not problem two. But the third problem essentially is to uh, is essentially to figure out a problem where the customers told us that they don't like finding their favorite items out of stock. And now this is a slightly interesting problem, because this is to show that you want to commit to the framework and the hypothesis rather than the solution. So there is a twist to the story which I'll get to very quickly. So our customers are disrupted during the shopping experience because the items is out of stock. 1 out of 4 customers couldn't find the item that they came in for. NPS for in-stock merchandise is 10 points lower than the overall NPS because they're not able to find the products that they really want. So the solution we came up with was what we called as endless aisle. You see this in a lot of different stores, and this is about a few years back as well, at Sam's. So the original customer problem, in terms of the key hypothesis that we wanted to learn, was around discoverability, proactive monitoring, ease of use, and multifunctionality. Essentially, these were the leading indicators to say whether we are really solving that customer problem, yes or no. So we actually went out and made these endless aisles for very specific categories within the store. So we would see them in categories like furnitures and office and jewelry and essentially items which have a long tail of merchandise. And we saw some early success because this was a really cool toy out there in the store that everyone wanted to play with. But if you go, but so it's very important the kind of measure that you use, because the kind of measure that you choose sometimes can be misleading. In this case, if we had chosen number of sessions or number of touch, we would have been misled, because there was a lot of touch, as you can imagine, because people wanted to just curious and wanted to play around with it more as a toy. But I think the key thing that we had set out is how many purchase, because that's essentially is the problem that you set out to solve. You want to make sure that the customer problem you're solving is their favorite item is out of stock, and you're using digital to go solve that problem. So which means that they should actually be buying those items. Like there will obviously be like a conversion funnel which says more people interact and less people purchase, but you still want to set out like a minimum bar of what is that number of purchases that you need, for this product, for this hypothesis to be true. We went through some of these changes, and essentially what we came down was that it really did not meet, the thresholds that we had set out. We did couple iterations, but at that point of time, we just concluded that the product market fit was really not achieved. So the twist in the story is we actually discontinued this product, after running this test. So which basically, and we went out and solved this in a different way eventually. But I think I just wanted to harp the idea that it's sometimes it's easier said than done, but pulling the plug is often one of the most hardest of the problems. Especially if you feel fully vested as a company to do, but sometimes it's the right thing to do, and which is why I think it kind of goes back and you want to validate your hypothesis that you really want to fall in love with the problem rather than the solution. So I will pause there. I guess we have about 10 minutes. I would be happy to take questions.
Yes, thank you, Vinod, for your speech. It was really interesting, and I think that nowadays we have such speed uh, that it's very important for people not to stay uh, much time on checkouts and spend their time in such events like so we have TikTok nowadays, so people really don't want to spend their time even watching long videos. So the first question was from Pavel. Where did you study marketing?
Where did I study marketing?
Where did you study marketing?
Well, I would say that I studied marketing on the job. Well, in terms of formal education, as I said, I think it's very hard for me to put my finger on something because learning is a continuous journey. In terms of if I were to take the old school path, I would say I've studied marketing doing an MBA back in India. But I've continued studied. If you see some of my certifications, most of them are centered around marketing. So around loyalty, around product management, digital, a lot of the different areas. So and the biggest learning that you get is on the job, because I think every industry is
Yes.
different. It's not about learning theories, it's about practical implementation of those. So and you'll have to be contextual, and you'll have to adapt and change for the scenario that you're put into. So I don't, as I said, I'm truly believe in being, belief is something very very core. So that's why I use the word belief rather than I think. So I truly believe that I'm studying and learning marketing every single day, because customer science and customer behavior is constantly changing, as you, Nikita, you just said, like with TikTok and
Yeah.
conversational commerce and a lot of things. It's not just how, it's also the what and the why, which is changing pretty rapidly. So you just have to keep studying for sure, forever.
Yeah, yeah. So the next question's from Nikki. Here in Qatar, Carrefour is already implementing this scan and go, but how can they be sure customers are able to scan everything on their cards?
Well, I think that's where the real metrics and the measurement that you put in place comes into picture, right? So you not only have to see customer metrics, you also have to see technical metrics, right? Like how many crashes, how many nil scan, right? How many session failures. All of those are leading indicators, right? How many scans which are incorrect, right? So I think you'll have to put in place customer metrics, but mm, like being centered around customers, but you also have to look at the whole ecosystem of metrics and KPIs that would give you sensing and demand sensing to make sure that your hypothesis is being validated. So that's why I think I really like the word. The previous speaker said, measure twice, cut once. I've said that with multiple different ways, but it's essentially the same. I think you want to spend more time upfront making sure that you have the right hypothesis, right problem, right measurement, which is the step two in that whole framework. You want to make sure to define the success in a most appropriate way. So you would want to do that before you start building anything, or spending any more time. I think that's the first thing that you need to be spending time on. And to be honest, I'm putting that into practice. As I said, I'm 30 days into my new job, and most of my focus right now is around metrics and scorecards. You then get to insights and customer problems and the path and the how and the roadmap and prioritization and everything that follows, right? Marketing, product market fit, value prop, everything follows after that.
Oh, thank you. And this third question, how do you see the future of e-commerce and what technologies are good contribution to the future of the store?
Yeah, so I would say that if I were to put my finger on one thing, I would say personalization is going to be critical for e-commerce. And I don't say, and my definition of personalization is slightly different from the definition which is right now in the industry, right? Like I don't mean personalization being next best product algo, basically telling you what is the next item that you want. I don't mean that. That's a level one of personalization. What I mean by truly personalization is uh, being able to assess the customer demand, right? And sometimes even predicting customer demand, and being able to do that in a truly personalized way. And when I say that, I mean being able to personalize what you buy, which brand, at what price, in what channel, in what area, when do you need it, how should it be delivered, how much price are you willing to pay for that, and then in what quantity. So essentially, if you are able to optimize for all of this, so you can think about this, if I were to put this, take this futuristic vision and paint it and put it in the current boxes, you're talking about channels, right? Are you going to pick up, are you going to deliver, are you going, you need it in 1 hour, 2 hours, same day, next day, 3 days, all of that. So that's one bucket. The second bucket is, how are you going to shop? And we are truly talking omni-channel. You can look for something on mobile and buy it in store. You can look for something in store, buy it on mobile. You can think of something and just say it to your Siri or Alexa or Google Home, right? Or you
Yeah.
you could be shopping in the house, you could be shopping in car, you could be just thinking. Eventually you'll just think and the product arrives, right? Or you get products based on things that you have high propensity for, and then you basically will reach a point where they would be like, oh, we believe you need this product, if you don't need it, just return it. And they'll then go, we can just then go reduce the friction on returns. That way you don't even have to place an order, right? So I think, and pricing, dynamic pricing has been an area which has been experimented for last 6-7 years now, or even more. We've seen the goods and the bads of dynamic pricing. A lot of big companies have been in news for failing on, how many times have we seen products being sold for 1 penny because the algorithm failed, right? So I think we have seen good, bad, and ugly of that. So I think pricing is a key component of it. So essentially, if you just package all of those things, and there's much more, I'm just trying to retrofit it just for broader understanding. But if you're able to combine all of that and personalize the whole package, imagine it's going to be like a multivariate problem, right? It's not just one variable. If you're able to do that, that's what I call as true personalization.
Thank you for your answers. Thank you for your speech, Vinod. I hope we will meet each other on other events. And now,
Absolutely. I'm
yeah, yeah. Have a good morning. Have a nice day.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate, and it
Thank
was
you.
great having
Thank you.
having me here. Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. So now we are having a short break, and we will continue at 11:20 a.m. EST. So you will can have your pulse, you will can have your fresh warm tea, and a little bit of cookies or something else. And we will continue in 23 minutes. So get ready, and waiting for you in our second block. Welcome to our second block of e-commerce tech inspire 2021-2022 free online summit produced by Mobicles. And if e-commerce is a squid game with Mobicles, you will always have a green light. We are waiting. Oh, captions. Okay, we're waiting for our next speaker. And now we will have, I will put some music here, okay? Okay. We will have three other speakers in these blocks, in this second block. Aacia Hussain, Patrick Ward, and Fernanda Colaco. Okay. So they will give us some useful information, some interesting things and features for our e-commerce and for our agencies to work in e-commerce. So I hope everybody have the time during this a little break, have their tea, have their maybe food or something, I don't know. So we are waiting for Aacia. And you can write in chat everything you want. Guys, you can ask your questions. You can write about, I don't know, about my avocado there. Everything you want. I feel like I feel like this is my stream today. I usually stream games, you know, but on Russian. But you can come to my streams. I will speak English as I can. So you can find me on Twitch. You can find me on YouTube if you want. Now I'm streaming Prison Simulator. It's it's terrific game. Terrific game. I think about streaming. Do you play games? Maybe you can write in chat your favorite computer games. Oh, not just computer games. Maybe table games on something like this. Dungeons and Dragons, I don't know. Vikings and Trolls. Avocados and Knives. I don't know anything about table games. And there is a game that was in top of Steam, I think, a week ago, and now in top of Twitch, called Ecommerce. It's about you getting on another planet. The scenery is that there is a poisoned air on that planet, but we can see elks, wolves, I don't know, rabbits and something like this. But we are like in space uniform, and we have our oxygen on our back. So I have many questions for this scenery. Yep, of course we are playing games. What games? What games do you play, Igor? Can you share this information with us? I think today we have all problems that could be during those 2 days. All we have today. So we had problem with presentation, we had problem with voice, we had another problem with presentation with sharing screen. Now we have problem. I can find our speaker. So all problems. Now the second day, I thought it will be much easier than the first day, but it gets not so easy as the first day. Even if we think about that, we have only 6 speakers today. It's not so easy as yesterday. So we are waiting. We're waiting for Aacia Hussain. Maybe I can tell about Aacia Hussain, the information that I have. Aacia Hussain, she's from Jocelyn Foundation. She is head of sales, public speaker, and content creator. The same as me, but I think another content. And also she's a producer of In the Middle with Aacia podcast. And today she must tell us about 2021 and beyond e-commerce as a new landscape of hyper-growth in creator platforms and COVID impact. It's interesting. I think it will be about YouTube and Twitch and TikTok platforms using the advertising now in our COVID times, Maybe was this. I don't know. I know several great games, but my favorite is Metro 2033, 2035. Okay. I this is one of the games that passed just inside of me, outside of me. I don't know. Far Cry is the game that I never played. I don't know why. I can't tell this. I have games that I played about I don't know 30 or 50 times. But it depends on taste, I think. I I can't understand people that are fans and cosplayers of Stalker. It's a great game, I think. But maybe I have specific taste because from last games, I liked Yakuza Like a Dragon. It's a very very great game. I like it a lot. I don't know, Cyberpunk. I had a 36 hour stream, 36 hour in a row. When Cyberpunk was released, I streamed it for 36 hours in a row. But I can't say that it's something. It's just a good game for our time. It's not like art. It's not like something. I don't know, like making a revolution in technique or something like this. Just a good game. Like I don't know, like a Elder Scrolls, but in future, something like this. Oh no, Elder Scrolls in future, it's Fallout. Thank you, Bethesda. Thank you very much for this. Ghost Runner is a great game too. It's very. I played on my gamepad, and I was close to, I don't know, like break my hand muscles on it and break gamepad too. So we still have no information from Aacia. And she didn't answer. Okay. So we will wait for a couple of minutes, I think, and if we can't resolve this, then we will have a break, another break right now for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Need for Speed. Husband argued with me because I didn't sleep until it's 4 a.m. Need for Speed, I have my own story with Need for Speed because 1 minute, please. Because it was the first game, one of the first game, one of the first CD on my PSX, PlayStation 1. And it was Need for Speed High Stakes. And from this game, I knew what is Porsche 911 or Lamborghini Diablo or something like those classics model of automobiles. I like Need for Speed, but it's arcade. I have Forza Horizon 5 right now. I will stream it a little bit later, maybe in a week or two. And it's arcade too. But I can say that I can't understand again people who are like always playing not arcade races, but a simulator of real of real automobiles with those like pedals and so on, and have thousands of operations with pads in a second. I love games when just sitting, relaxing, have a good scenario, have interesting quests, maybe have an adrenaline, but not in a very like not many adrenaline, middle average adrenaline. Half-Life Alyx. And why Alyx? I streamed Half-Life, the first Half-Life HD edition, about 2 months ago, and I I don't understand how I played it in my childhood. It was like so easy, and now it's look like the real hardcore with this kind of sensitive mouth. when you like turn it on millimeter and your screen are making 1,000 degree. So mhm. So we will have 5 minutes. If Asia will not come, then we can make a break. Or I have another idea. The VR. Oh, Fernanda is in the chat right now. So Fernanda, if Asia is not coming right now, maybe it is better for you to start your speech. But you will have a little bit less time. But I think we can do something with this. If you are ready. About 2 or 3 minutes, and we have to make a decision. And Half-Life VR, as I said earlier, I worked for some time in company that brings the first Oculus Rift in our post-Soviet. No, the first who brings in Russia and Belarus and Ukraine. We had the first Oculus Rift, and when I played it, yes, it was so pixeled. it had so low resolution that I even get sick. When I fly, there was a game. Those time there were no such games like GTA or something like this in VR. There was only like some kind of not ready. Okay, some kind of roller coaster, Superman when you are flying and with your head in the sky and in the city, something like this. And the resolution was very low and the graphic was really bad, but feelings they were great, because when you are riding on a roller coaster and it starts to turn to right, your body starts to like scaling to left, and it was really a surprise for my brain and for me. Okay, so we will wait for a minute or two, and then I think we will make a break if Fernando is not ready. All right, maybe anyone want to speak about anything for these 2 minutes about games again? What? Oh, yeah. One of the game that I will streaming soon is Moncage. Maybe somebody know this game, Moncage. It has gameplay for I think about 30 minutes, but it's like a game for brain. You have a glass cube and different pictures in it, and you have to make one picture out of two, and there's something happened in this glass cube. You know, there are many good games on VR right now. You have to stream it. It's very fun and popular thing. I know. My friend has a VR club in Minsk. I think we spoke about it. I my stream when I streamed Cyberpunk 2077 for 36 hours, I streamed it in his club, and we had a speech about it, but I forget already. But I know that nowadays it's very fun and popular thing. And when we started to make our stands with VR, um, I thought it was too early for our countries, maybe even too early for the whole world. So I think that Oculus released too early. They must been wait for maybe a year or two and then release. But these are only my thoughts. So okay, I think we will be without Aacia today. That's bad. But now we will have a rest until 12 p.m. EST. So we will have about 25 minutes spare time. Okay, see you in 12 p.m. EST. Now you can have your spare time. So, we are continuing our e-commerce tech inspired 2021-2022 free online summit. I hope that everybody have their time to rest more than it should. Uh, okay, okay. Oh, I see you have some like dialogues in our chat. So Nikki playing in Steam, Catan Universe, tabletop game. Oh, I don't heard it. I didn't heard about this. Civilization, but simpler. Okay. Animal Crossing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is a good game. Yeah. Technology is still unpredictable. Depends on the niche. Okay. So I think we're ready to start. Our next speaker is Patrick Ward from Rootstrap. He is the director of marketing for Rootstrap, an accomplished public speaker. And today he will give us an information about e-commerce at scale. So, Patrick, hello.
Hey Nikita, how you doing?
I'm fine. How about you?
Very good.
Okay, I can hear you well, so I will pin up your presentation. Yes. Can you try to change slides? Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. So you can start, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Nikita. Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's presentation on e-commerce at scale. As mentioned, my name is Patrick Ward, and as was mentioned by Nikita, I was previously the director of marketing. I am now the VP of marketing at Rootstrap, which is a custom software web development agency. And we very simply help companies scale people, processes, and products through outcome-driven development. We've obviously had a number of very successful clients, but today what I want to do is walk through one of those clients as a case study of how you can choose the right development partner, how you can identify potential issues that might prevent your e-commerce company from scaling, and also what's on the horizon. We're going to have a little look at some of the emerging technology that exists within the space. So first of all, I want to introduce you to Ownable. This was our most prolific e-commerce client and the one that we're going to be using today as a case study for how to scale effectively. So what is Ownable? For context, Ownable is a rent-to-own platform. It simply allows people to rent tech devices such as Apple AirPods, MacBooks, you name it, for a low weekly price, either owning them after 6 months of paying for them or returning them at any time. Obviously, a very interesting e-commerce model when we consider the surge in growth for rental markets. We see these with a number of things like furniture or apparel. And obviously, Ownable's play was towards tech devices, that way of reducing the friction that a consumer might have towards purchase, particularly for large ticket items. Certainly things like a MacBook, which might cost several thousands of dollars. So the case study we go through is how we forexed Ownable's revenue, ultimately delivering $2.5 million on a single Black Friday. And as much as that is obviously a signature achievement for any e-commerce company looks at Black Friday as a very important date on the calendar. But what we wanted to look at is how we got to that point. So a little overview of what we're going to cover. We're going to cover the product development, specifically how we went about streamlining their flow of become a member, because obviously being a rental rather than an ownership-based platform, there was obviously some key components in terms of verifying income, making sure a person had a legitimate identity. We're going to show how we rebuilt the website from scratch. Now, this, again, is something to be thinking about. Not only when you build an e-commerce platform for today, is it going to meet your needs in 1 year from now, but is it going to meet your needs in 2 years from now, 5 years from now? Is it going to be a scalable platform? We'll have a talk about what that looks like. And we'll also talk about how we redesigned a website to highlight particular offerings, making sure that certain high-ticket items that were a priority to customers were front and center, and therefore the ease of purchase was facilitated. So what were the objectives that Ownable had when they came to us? As I'm sure many of you can appreciate, many in the e-commerce space is a purchase to own model. You buy a product, it gets delivered to you, you now own that. Obviously with Ownable, it was a unique service because it's a rental model. So people are trying before they buy, but they only keep those devices as long as they need that. So it's a big shift in how people purchase, particularly these high ticket items that have traditionally been associated with saving up a certain amount of money, maybe getting your employer to pay for them. The key thing here for Ownable, they'd hired a remote team before and it had destroyed that potential. There was a certain Black Friday that they had before they'd engaged with our services, and the website they had built crashed within the first couple of hours. As you can imagine, this cost them many hundreds of thousands, even potentially millions of dollars on the biggest day of the year for them. So how do we go about it? Obviously here, we need to think about the product first. Right? The product is the core element of any e-commerce platform, and how scalable it is, how user-friendly it is going to be critical to the success of your e-commerce business. So before, the Become a Member flow was displayed very prominently on the site, but there was very little context. Obviously, when you're coming to Ownable site, you're coming because you want to buy a particular item. Maybe you're attracted to the latest AirPods. Maybe you want a new iPhone. Maybe you want a new MacBook. Afterwards, we made sure that it was contextually embedded within the checkout process rather than having it up front, because most times people were coming to the Become a Member not understanding what it was and therefore having a high bounce rate. The point here is that you entice the customer first with the product, i.e. the AirPods, the MacBook, these items that they really want, and then you show why the Become a Member flow was important. Because obviously, as I mentioned before, the Ownable rental model meant that it still had to collect this information. It still had to ascertain what was your monthly income, what was the source of that income, how stable you were, what your household net worth was, maybe even getting information such as credit score, all these different financial touch points to verify that someone was going to be a good customer for paying on time, making sure that they were going to be able to meet those repayment obligations, rather than are they going to just take the item and therefore fail on those liabilities. So this was really important to communicate upfront, making sure that they understood, hey, we are only asking this information because it is necessary in order to deliver the product that you really want, which is ultimately the tech device you were purchasing from Ownable. So the real outcome here is obviously it increased conversion and it emphasized the value of the product to the customer. Obviously, as I said before, the challenges are that it was a very large information request. You're requiring identity verification, income verification, credit checks. The point here was that when we first participated with Ownable, we did a large UX discovery. And what we found was they were actually over asking. Everyone knows the rule that if you ask a customer too many steps, you're creating more friction points. Those friction points every single time are increasing your chance of having an abandoned cart, of having your customer bounce off your website and not make a purchase, because there's too much cognitive overload. So what we did was simplify it down to the steps that were absolutely necessary for a user to complete, making sure that if we already had certain information on them, we could simply use that and pre-fill it in for them, as opposed to putting the burden back on the customer. You never want to put too much burden on the customer, particularly in an e-commerce purchase decision, where their decision to buy or not to buy directly impacts your revenue. We also added storytelling elements to explain why this process was necessary, so that everyone understands what their time commitment is up front. They understand why they have to go through this process, why they have to go through this verification of both their income and their identity, but more importantly, they understand how much of a commitment it was going to be for them. This is critical because humans implicitly find it easier to handle a certain time wait as opposed to an uncertain time wait. And what I mean by that is, we all know the phenomenon of when you're waiting in line and you're told an estimated wait time, it makes it much easier to wait that amount of time than if you're told, wait in this line and you don't know how long it's going to be. We wanted to apply that same psychological principle into this Become a Member flow. Rebuilding the website from scratch. Now, many of you may have e-commerce platforms that are built on some of the big guys, Shopify, Magento, all very common. But sometimes you might want to look at whether that is scalable for what you need in the future. The benefits of those pre-built platforms is that they can be really good for getting you off the ground. But at some point, you might run into an issue of scale. And this is where we come into a concept known as technical debt. Technical debt is very simply a case where it requires a certain amount of development effort to fix pre-existing problems that happen within your platform due to its scaling. And as you can imagine, the more technical debt you accumulate, the more development time you incur, and ultimately the more cost. So it's really important to be thinking of how scalable is my system, not just for my needs today, not just for my needs next quarter, but is it scalable for the future? So before, when we encountered the previous ownable site that was very poorly designed, it was unstable, it was unresponsive. Ultimately, this was the version we first saw that crashed on that Black Friday. So needless to say, the code base was not very sophisticated. And this was a really key point. Load times exceeded 30 seconds. Industry conversion of 2.4 seconds has a 1.9% conversion rate in terms of all the way through the process to purchase. As soon as you go over 5 seconds, it drops to 0.6%. This might not sound like much of a drop, 1.9 to 0.6 or 1.3% difference. But as you can imagine, over the course of many, many website visitors, many, many potential customers, this can cost hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars of revenue. Because we know today that the consumer is not patient. If your website doesn't load, they're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. They're just going to assume something's broken and they're going to find an alternative. And in the age of e-commerce that we are now, there's plenty of alternatives for them. So what did we do? First of all, we did a post-mortem and discovered there were hidden bombs in the code base and some key architectural challenges. The way that this had been set up previously by the previous vendor had been just to get it out on time. And that's a thing you always want to be careful of when you're choosing your development team, because your development team is obviously going to want to hit a milestone that you put in front of them. You know, you are obviously paying them a certain amount of money, and so they are going to want to deliver. But the key is to also allow them to push back, Allow them to tell you what is technically feasible and what is not. Because if you push them too much to deliver in a certain time frame, you may end up with a situation like Ownable, a situation where the code has been slapped together in a really shoddy manner, and a manner in which it is not beneficial to your business. It is very risky for those days of high traffic, such as a Black Friday, where a lot of your business model is on the line, and ultimately not building a scalable, successful website or product for the future. So what did we do? Obviously, after that Black Friday disaster where they crashed 1 to 2 hours in, Ownable was really scared. They were really scared even when hiring us in the first instance, because obviously they'd worked with the development team before and they'd been burned by it. Our key was communication, making sure that they understood every step of the process and understanding how we were going to move them to this new platform. We did that to their entirely new website 3 weeks before Black Friday to test with larger and larger bodies of users. We ran simulated tests of 20,000 users to test its capacity, because this is something that you might not always realize with your website. Your website might work perfectly well with 1,000 visitors. It might work really well with 10,000 visitors. But how good is it with 100,000 visitors, with 1 million visitors? These sort of spikes in traffic, we all know, are very common within e-commerce. They can happen on days like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, during the holiday season. All these particular times, maybe you run a sales promotion, it could even be incurred by that. And so it's really important that your platform has been tested rigorously for the different amounts of visitors that you might encounter. Because it's not good enough to just work sufficiently in low volume periods. It needs to be able to perform in high volume periods, because ultimately those are the periods where you stand to make the most money, and therefore where your user experience of your website is that much more critical to the success of how each individual customer comes to your website and then ultimately makes a purchasing decision, which leads to revenue for your business. And finally, we go here to how we redesign the website to highlight certain offerings. Before, the design was very confusing and it was focused on the company itself. It was focused too much on Ownable as a concept. Now, this was not a misnomer from them. Ownable knew they were new to a space. They understood that most people purchase tech devices outright. And so the fact that they were coming to a model where it was rent to own, that was a complete game changer for the industry. The problem was they'd gotten too egotistical. They'd focused it too much on themselves and how they were different, rather than ultimately leading with the products. Because at the end of the day, as much as their model was innovative and new and interesting for the industry, the customer didn't particularly care about that. All the customer wanted, and indeed what the customer saw, was a way for them to acquire many tech devices at a lower cost than they previously thought accessible to them. And more importantly, that was what they were coming to the site for. So rather than focusing on the company itself, we've shifted towards those desired items, because at the end of the day, with any e-commerce purchase, you are leading with the products first. So the products is what the customer wants. The products is why the customer is coming to your site. The rest of what your brand represents, your story, you can still have that, but that should be secondary to the primary goal, which is delivering the products that your customers want in the time frame that they want them. So what did this look like? We remodeled it, rather than being focused on Ownable as a concept, towards the products available and how the rental process worked, because that was the key for a customer to understand. They knew they wanted the product. These are products that are very common: Apple Watches, iPads, PlayStations, as you can see on the screen here. But more importantly, they needed a quick summary of what the new part was. As you can see, we go from the getting account, you get your items, very simple process. Now, you and I both know as soon as the person or a consumer picks one of these products, they are going to go through the steps we talked about previously. They're going to have to go through income verification. They're going to have to go through identity verification. But needless to say, leading with these types of products first gets a customer excited. And from that ultimately leads to higher conversions and ultimately makes sure that we are delivering what they want rather than what we want, i.e. telling them about the full extent of the process, what ownable is. That was not necessary. You just needed to get a customer excited about what they're about to purchase. So needless to say, the key here was being flexible and accessible. We wanted to make sure that more features could be added down the line as Ownable expands. This is a key point that a lot of people don't think about when they're building websites, is a lot of people think of websites in the same way as building a house. They think, okay, I built the house, it's done, and I don't need to worry about it all. The key with a digital asset, such as a website, is it is constantly changing. There is constant improvements. There's always going to be new additions. And so you can never think that I built it, it's static, and I don't need to worry about it anymore. You need to constantly think and challenge your development team. Is this scalable? Can we add more features easily? How challenging is it to make new sections of this website? What if we had to change the entire thing? How easy is that? Asking all of those questions and making sure that you understand the time commitments of each of those decisions is really critical, because as I'm sure everyone can appreciate, e-commerce is a really tough industry to be in. There's a lot of shifts, there's a lot of changes on a constant basis. And if you're not able to iterate and improve your core product in a moment's notice, then that can spell disaster for you and your business, and your competitors can swoop in and take those customers. Needless to say, as a result of redesigning this towards the customer's needs as opposed to the company's needs, the conversion rate increased from 1% to 5%. Again, sounds small, but when you multiply this over many thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of website visitors, it really adds up, and it adds up to significant revenue over the course of many, many months. Of course, we were very happy with this as a company. In that particular Black Friday that I mentioned, the website went off without a hitch, handled every one of the excess users with ease, and they received 4 times the amount of revenue, accumulating in $2.5 million in sales. But the thing that I'm most proud of is that the site handled that increased user load, because I think this is the key takeaway for anyone in the e-commerce space. It's not just about can you gain revenue from your website, but can you gain revenue in a frictionless manner? Because at the end of the day, you make sure that your customer doesn't have to apply too many decisions to their process. Because every time a customer makes a certain decision, that's one more case where they could decide not to choose, decide to go to a competitor, decide it's too challenging. We know this, that humans are in an increasing state of cognitive overload. They receive thousands of advertising messages a day. They're receiving scope creep from their jobs, in that now with mobile phones, they're now more accessible to their jobs. There's more content to consume. All of these things have not had a negligible impact. Quite the contrary, they've had a very profound impact on today's consumer. And with so many decisions to make, if we can simplify, if we can pull it back to as few steps as possible in as easy to understand way as possible, then ultimately we're going to get higher conversions, we're going to get more revenue, And ultimately, we're going to deliver what the customers want in the time that they want it. You know, we all know the biggest fish in the e-commerce world of Amazon. And of course, with their 2-day shipping, it's meant that consumers have constantly expected that when they purchase things, they want them now, and they want to make sure that the process is as easy for them to do in as few clicks as possible. I draw this up here as a nice little quote that we're able to deploy continuously without taking anything down. This was a real problem for Ownable in the past. They used to have to take down their website to make any changes. It seems like a simple fundamental, but for them, it was a massive game changer because suddenly they were able to operate iterative tests. They were able to run A/B experiments on their website. And more importantly, they're not losing any money while they run these experiments. More importantly than that is that the customers are not getting frustrated. That's a key point. As soon as a customer gets frustrated, they're that much more likely to leave your website and ultimately not purchase from you. So moving away from Ownable as a nice little case study, I wanted to touch on some of the emerging tech in e-commerce, because I think this is an important area that a lot of people are always keeping their eye out. What is the media hype behind these, and how much do I legitimately have to care about them? We're going to look at 3 of them most notably: AI, AR, and voice. So first of all, artificial intelligence. So obviously, one of the biggest applications of artificial intelligence is associated with fraud. Fraud is a huge, costly endeavor for many e-commerce, mainly resulting around chargebacks, inventory lost. It's always tempting to try and put more and more protection in place so that your website is not a victim of e-commerce fraud. But we also need to think of the flip side and what we've already talked about. If we put too many protections in place, we are creating those friction moments. Those friction moments are likely driving our customers towards a point of frustration. And as we've talked about before, frustration leads to unhappy customers who are unlikely to purchase and have an increased likelihood to go away from your website towards one of your competitors that is going to make it easier for them to facilitate their desire to get a particular product and buy it in as quick a time frame as possible. This is where artificial intelligence comes in and where it is super beneficial. So what we look at when we think of artificial intelligence, not only are we thinking of the fraud side of things, of being able to protect ourselves from excessive chargebacks and therefore losing that inventory, we also look at recommendation engines, because as much as artificial intelligence can protect us from the back end, it can also serve us into making sure that our customers get the products they want and indeed upsell those customers to other products they might want purely with recommendation engines. So, a few definitions here. There are a few types of recommendation engines that people can be implementing with the help of a team. And there are many out-of-the-box solutions that are starting to emerge specifically for the e-commerce space here. The first one is collaborative filtering. Now, collaborative filtering works on basing decisions on either the user or the item they purchased. So we go user is that people like you like a certain product. An item to item is if you like this product, you might also like this other product, and the user item combines the two. As you can imagine, all 3 of those subsets of collaborative filtering need a lot of data to begin with. And if you're just starting, or even if you are a relatively small e-commerce shop, you may not have sufficient data to get statistically significant information to your recommendation engine that allows these types of recommended products to be surfaced for your customers. But then we also look at content filtering. And this is based on a description of the item and a profile of the user's preferences. This is really useful when you have information on the item, but unknown on the user. As I'm sure is obvious, this is often the case for many e-commerce shops because you have a very extensive knowledge of your products, what you're selling, the nature of those products. But more often than not, your user is coming to you as an unknown. Now, yes, we can talk about there are ways to make a user sign in, perhaps if they're a repeat customer and we're trying to create that repeat model. Certainly we can start building in some of these preferences over time. But when that user initially comes to you, you're likely not going to know anything about them. So content filtering is a great way to match that unknown of the user with the known, that is the information about the product itself. Of course, we've applied this. We implemented this in Ownable in the latter stages of 2020. Again, I'm sure we're all familiar with them. AI just continues to make these recommendation engines smarter and surfacing the products that people have a much higher propensity to buy. Augmented reality. This is one of the most interesting, exciting developments that I think is going to change e-commerce in a big way. We've already seen the concept of e-commerce tackling brick and mortar, but what augmented reality does is brings back into the fold an element of the retail experience. We call this the showroom buying experience. This is where through a filter on your phone, most notably Snapchat, Snap tends to be the forerunner here, where you can look at an item, instantly order it to your phone. So imagine, if you will, something like going through an IKEA. Rather than having to pick out the product itself, you could hold up your phone to it, identify all the different specifications of the product, and order it one click and have it delivered to your door by the time you got home. This is really critical because at the moment, there is a lot of emphasis on certain retailers and certain distribution. But with augmented reality, you are starting to direct traffic to your specific owned properties. And that's going to be critical as we go into the future of how can you create ecosystems that are just delivered by your company and your brand, rather than have to rely on third parties, whether that's third-party retailers or third-party e-commerce stores. And voice search. Obviously, at the moment, when you ask someone like an Alexa or a Google Home, the focus is on buying the product instantly. Hey Alexa, purchase me another dishwashing fluid, for example. That is obviously based on looking through your Amazon orders, finding those items, and then from there, it is just matching that up, making the purchase. This is all well and good if you know the item you're looking for. But what if you don't? What if you're trying to figure out a certain item to buy for a Christmas gift? This is where voice search is heading towards, and it's a really exciting world that is getting, honestly, a lot of people in traditional SEO quite scared. The benefit of voice search is that you're able to ask many questions to figure out certain product specifications, and not only figure out those questions together with a voice assistant, more importantly, you're putting less pressure on call center resources, which is obviously a good thing in terms of cost. And it's also able to showcase it in a subtle way rather than having your user run around various different websites, various different guides, various different product reviews, trying to ascertain the information. As we talked about before, the consumer is very heavily saturated with their cognitive overload these days. So anything we can do to reduce that is obviously beneficial. Voice search really plays into this. So when we look here, this was an experiment that an agency of mine had done with Kmart, where a Kmart division in my home country of Australia, not the American one, which, as we all know, went bankrupt, to provide product availability, answer the common questions, and locations of nearest stores for pickup. Now, obviously, this tool could also link into a standard e-commerce delivery, but the point is that it helps you find the things you're looking for, it gives you information, and it does it in a very seamless, frictionless way. A few questions back and forth, and you're very quickly able to find the answer to what you're looking for, and more importantly, the product you're looking for. Now, when we flip this over to the e-commerce side, in terms of what you as a retailer can think about, this is very powerful, because suddenly you are not at the behest of different platforms, such as an Amazon or a Best Buy. You are able to be thinking of, can I create a voice assistant that people can talk to that allows them to create an ecosystem in which I am focused purely on delivering products from my inventory, from my e-commerce store to my customers. So in summary, what does all of this mean? When we boil it down, it really comes down to three things. Whenever you're developing an e-commerce platform, you always need to understand the tech implications. I myself am a non-technical person, and many of you may also be non-technical, but we always need to lean heavily on experienced technical people and ask them the right questions and understand the implications of those, because it's not just enough to build a website that works today. We need to make sure that website works now, tomorrow, next quarter, and into the future. We need to create those frictionless customer experiences. We need to make sure that the customer is not overly burdened by any decision that we put on the technical side for our e-commerce products and our e-commerce websites. Because as we know, friction creates those decision points in which a customer decides, I'm not going to purchase. And that's hurting us directly. That's lost revenue and obviously increased cost, because we spent money presumably to acquire that customer. We want to make sure that that yields fruit for us at the end. And then finally, keeping an eye out for the emerging tech early. We know this as a result of things like the pandemic, that at any moment, some disruption can happen. That disruption may be good, it may be bad. But if you can always be on the lookout for what applications of new disruption can benefit your business, or even if they do pose a risk to your business, how you can mitigate it early, you're always going to be in a much better position for the future. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or email me at patrick.ward@rootstrap.com. Happy to answer any follow-up questions, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, Patrick, for your speech. We have about 4 minutes and 3 questions, so it will be some kind of blitz, I think. So the first question is, what is your recommendation? Offer product using search data and similar products on site, or integrate social digital track of a user, kids, dogs, geo age?
Yes, so what we have found that search data and similar products tends to be tends to go inaccurate for a couple of reasons. And the main reason is it's the phenomenon that many of you might have experienced when you, for example, purchase a flight, and then suddenly you get 3 ads after the fact for airlines. The problem with using search data is it's often reactive. And so by being reactive, it actually implicitly happens after the customer has already made a purchase decision. So it's better to integrate social attributes of the user. Again, there are, we all know there's a lot of privacy considerations. This is why first-party data rather than third-party data continues to play a big role. But the more information you can have on your user, the better, because the more you know about them, the more you can start making predictions. And this is really where AI comes into its own, where you can start making predictions on large masses of consumer groups based on, okay, if all these consumers who have these attributes make this purchase decision, then I can surface that particular product to another consumer who hasn't, who has just come to my site. That's where you start really getting into very sophisticated levels of predicting where the revenue will come, rather than trying to be too reactive based on previous purchase behavior.
Thank you. Next question. What do you think is more important for e-commerce business with a small budget? Attractive design or good functionality?
100% good functionality. You can spend on design later if you've got some initial money in the door. The fact of the matter is, it just comes down to as less clicks as possible, getting the customer straight to the product that they want to buy in as efficient way as possible. I mean, look at Amazon. Even Amazon to this day has one of the ugliest user interfaces in the world, and they're still a very successful company. It speaks exactly to that. Don't overcomplicate what your industry is, which is, if you've done all the work of bringing someone to your website, you've honestly done 8/10 of it, because you've convinced them that this is the product they need, this is the product they want to buy, and therefore, once they're on your site, you just need to get them as quickly as possible into that checkout, grab that credit card, and fulfill that order.
Yeah, that's a great answer. So the last question, and about 1 minute. How does Apple changes in tracking personal data, user loss or forbids, influence online states, ads effectiveness, especially when we speak about iPhone's owners?
Yeah, so this is obviously a really interesting point where the majority of iPhones, in terms of the dynamic, is that most are in the United States. When we look at the rest of the world, Android dominates. But obviously, as many of you can appreciate, the American consumer is still the most in demand. It has the highest propensity to purchase. It has the highest purchasing power. What we've already found, and this is even in the months post Apple's changes, is it hasn't made an impact on the digital advertising. All that's happened is that the way that you reach those customers has slightly shifted. So rather than being able to use Apple itself and understanding exactly what your specific user that you're targeting, what's happened now is we've moved into what we would call user clusters. And so it just means that you're not able to pinpoint that exact person, but you're still able to pinpoint large groups of people. And honestly, as I see it for the e-commerce space, this shouldn't be too concerning. It still means that spending on digital advertising, particularly in the e-commerce space, still works. It's funny, in the 3 months post this change, we've seen an uptick in digital advertising on Apple. And I think that's a reflection of, you still need to access customers, even if you can't necessarily understand everything about them, you can still get a number of leading indicators. And so with those leading indicators, it just puts the onus on you to figure out, do you really understand your customers? Do you really understand how they buy? Do you understand similar personas to those customers of who else would like to buy? And ultimately, it then comes back to first party data. So this comes back to what I was talking about of the more you can create ecosystems where people will spend time with your e-commerce platform or your e-commerce company rather than through a medium, the better. Because at the end of the day, customers will give up their data. They will give up many forms of, user information, preferences directly in a first party context, as long as they're receiving value for that transaction. And I think that's the burden here, rather than what third party data was, which was essentially trying to leverage other people's or other brands' trust in that consumer company relationship. It's more imperative on each of us to understand our customers, make sure we're delivering what they want, and they'll happily give us all sorts of information about themselves.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for your speech. Thank you for this useful information. I see that we have other questions, but we have no time, guys. Sorry, but you can answer Patrick in his social media and via his email. Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Okay.
Nikita.
Hope we will see you on our other events. And thank you one more time and have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
Bye. So, and we are about to start with our next speaker. Our next speaker is waiting about the whole day to start his speech. His name is Fernando Colaco. He's the CEO and founder of Colaco Tech, and he will speak about unexpected opportunities that emerge during dark times, such as COVID. Oh my God, dark times. Okay, so Fernanda, are you here?
I'm here. I'm not sure if my sound is okay for now.
Your sound is good. Your sound is
Okay.
completely good. So I see you are streaming from your office, yes?
Yeah, I'm still here almost at 2 a.m. just for this.
Oh my
We
God.
I have a coffee overdose on me now, so I won't sleep probably all night, but doesn't matter.
Okay, I hope you'll be fine after our summit.
I will
So you
survive.
can yeah, I will survive. So you can switch on your presentation. So we will
Yep.
check that all works properly.
Okay. So that's the first slide.
So the presentation will be without your webcam, yes?
I will walk in the presentation in a second. Don't worry.
Okay,
So I
okay.
suppose just tell me if the sound drops or something. I will blame the amounts of coffee I have. No,
Of course,
it should be
of
fine.
course.
I'm
So you
just
can
putting.
start.
Okay, let me just see if everything is working on this side. So I suppose, yeah, you can see me. I will be stepping in once in a while.
This must be the most great presentation on our summit.
Come on, it just looks like a weather forecast. Let me just see if my slides are okay. Okay, so the clicker is not working to start with. Give me a second.
Don't worry.
Let me just go back here.
Don't worry. We
Oh,
we have all technical issues today that might be
okay,
so.
it's solved, and I'm back.
Yes.
So just you already presented me, but so my name is Fernando Culaco. It's actually Colasso, but I dropped the complicated part of the name a few years ago because people kept calling me 10 different names. So now it's just Culaco. So I'm in Beijing. This is now my eighth, almost ninth year in China. But I'm actually from Portugal. Kulakotech is based in Beijing. But I won't do any kind of sales pitch. I'll just go through a few things that what happened and what we did during COVID, because I was crazy enough to decide to open a company here exactly when the pandemic started. And we'll go through that. I'll just rewind a little bit on my background, because that will kind of fit the context on the rest of the presentation. So can you still hear me? I just want to be sure the
Yes, yes,
sound.
everything
Okay.
everything is fine.
Okay, you just disappeared. I just wanted to be sure.
Don't
Anyway,
worry.
so I started with the computers and interested in computers and that kind of stuff uh, quite a while ago, in the dark ages. There was not even PCs. I'm sure if there's someone older in the audience will recognize this thingy, the Sinclair Spectrum. Uh, and I had one which I bought. I took 1 year to pay it. Actually, my father took 1 year to pay it. But I didn't like games or anything. I was really interested in how to make games and how to make programs. And this is way before internet, which means that you have to spend like go to the library, bring like a huge books, 2 kilos each, and there was no copy paste. So you basically have to type what you see on those books and pray that everything works, because most often there will be some typo on some page, and that's how you learned. Actually, you had to fix what someone did wrong on the book. It happened a lot. But anyway, moving on, because this part should be fast. So when I was a kid, I was 13, 14 or something like that, was just as an hobby, and I was just learning and I was just interested. But soon enough, a couple of years later, I started making some money out of making some point of sales software, logistics software for MS DOS. Again, only people old enough will remember that. And using C and Pascal at the time, it was not even C++. But moving on, no geek topics needed. And then in 2003, I was already working, and I was already had plenty of projects and clients to work with. But in Portugal, the prices of software were really low. And either if I continued freelancing or if I wanted to work in a company, the salaries there were not that great either. So in 2003, after saving some money, I just left Portugal and I ended up going to Switzerland, where I stayed for a while. And when I arrived, it was interesting because I'm from Portugal, so the only job offers were basically cleaning and construction. And I got tired of going to interviews, and even with my portfolio and my CV, which had nothing to do with that, the job offers were always the same. So I decided to take my nationality out of the CV. And next day, either because of that or because I was a lucky bastard for some reason, I landed a job as art director at Young and Rubicam. So from cleaning and construction job proposals to a multinational advertising agency. So I spent 3 years in advertising and marketing and design related, but I was missing the other part, which is the technical part. We did some interactive stuff. Web was kind of still new at the time. We also did some marketing campaigns for the web, but I was missing the technical software development part. So after 3 years of advertising craziness, I resigned and I joined the opposite. So I went to a finance company as a software development manager, and there was no design in there. So no creative part in there, was completely dead. So what I did 3 years after, again, I resigned and I decided to start freelancing. And that happened for 2 years. I'm sure everyone remembers 2008. And that was shortly after I left the finance company, so good timing. What happened in 2008, I will come back to this, because what's happening right now is very similar. And the there's a lot of crap happening, but there's a lot of opportunities emerging, and people have to pivot, people have to adapt if they want to thrive. And when I say people, that's clients, that's consumers, that's companies, that's everything. So again, at the time, everything went wrong, but it was actually my best business year, right? The several years after that, and we'll get to there because then I'll compare that with COVID times because the same happened. So finishing the most boring part, which is this about me section. So I left Portugal, I moved to Switzerland, but after 2 years in there, I was thinking, okay, I'm freelancing. Why the hell am I in the most expensive country, the highest taxes, if most of the time I'm not even in Switzerland, because I was always traveling because of clients, because of conferences, somewhere always between Switzerland, UK, Italy, Germany, and the Netherlands. So I decided, okay, so I'm closing the company here. I'm going to start traveling full time. And I will change country every 3 months or 4 months. And that's what happened for 4 years and a half, more or less. That's what I was doing. And half the way I was convinced, okay, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life because I can work from anywhere. Anyway, I can do most meetings through Skype, and most of the business is dealt by email. And that's what happened. So what the photo you see here is like a little part of all the train tickets and airplane tickets and map drafts. But one thing happened when I arrived in China, where I'm still here. After the original plan was still to keep going and switch country every 3-4 months. Usually in whatever country, I would only decide the next country like on the last week. And China, I was already in China briefly, but it was just for a couple of days because I did 3 Trans-Siberian trips on the same year. But after 1 month in China, I was starting to think, I think I'm going to spend at least 6 months or maybe 1 year here. Well, before 3 months, I already knew I was not going to leave. I'll get to the why. And again, now I get back to 2008 and comparing 2008 with now. This screen is a little bit on the scary side. But anyway, moving on. So in China, I was mostly continuing to do the same. So freelancing, of course, technology changes, the services I offer kept changing. I experiment with a lot more stuff, not just equipment, but also concepts, because things here change really fast. You can test ideas very fast because population is huge, and even if you just hit 0.1% of the audience, that's thousands or even millions of people sometimes. So it's an interesting market to play around with. But I was mostly freelancing, but sometimes for a year or 6 months, I would work in a company, sometimes startups, sometimes large companies, mostly for visa reasons. And what happened in so 2 years ago, when COVID hit everyone, so I was close to 1 year in it's actually a big company, and most of you know it, but I cannot tell the name because I'm probably going to say a lot of shit about it. Doesn't matter. It was just a large company, the typical company where the teams are too big and they cannot work with each other. They basically fight each other. Too many management levels. So I was already feeling I was wasting my time, and I was anyway just saving money to open my company, and I was planning to do it in 1 year or 2. But then the COVID changed everything on the positive way. And now let's go to that. So that's the main, so this is the main section now. So this is a Chinese proverb that I really always liked, but now it fits really well in this context. And I'll try. 方向转变时，有人煮香，有人找风吃. Which means, after my short Chinese show off, if there's Chinese people in the audience, they will say my tones were crap anyway. So when the winds change, some build walls while others build windmills. And I really like this proverb because what happened 2 years ago and what's still happening in the West, Europe and the US, because markets are still shaken and adapting. Here, things are basically back to normal. But this is exactly the case, because companies, startups or big ones that were shaky, they got screwed up. So the company where I was, they just fired 2,000 something people across the all offices. In ours, it was like 300 people, and my entire team basically was fired. I was not, but I was managing a team, and I asked my managers, "What are we going to do now that you just fired the best people on the team?" And I didn't get a reply for that. And then I started immediately thinking, okay, I need to get out of here and just grab these guys before they find another job. And this is the timing, the right timing for opening a company, actually. And we'll see why. So again, aside from the fact that companies that are not prepared for these situations, well, most of them closed, including big ones, but a lot of startups just went down immediately, and even some solid companies, not big companies, but normal businesses. So it's just a matter of seeing that there are always opportunities in the middle of all the messy situations. It doesn't need to be a virus. It doesn't need to be anything like this. It can be anything. And actually, some of these opportunities would not even exist without these situations. And we'll go through a few. So this is more of a storytelling of how I tried and what worked and what did not to thrive in the middle of the COVID thing. So here again, my company, it's only 2 years old. So again, it started exactly when the virus, when the cases started appearing here. It was a mess. In here, it was all of more of a surprise, and we were still figuring out what was going on. The West had more time to prepare. Some countries did not, but including mine. But basically, we opened, so shameless sales pitch moment. Not really. I'm not going through case studies or clients or anything, but that's enough. So we basically are doing what I did before. So all kinds of, so we are a creative and a tech agency. So we do anything that involves design or custom software development, or both, in most of the projects, most of the clients, most of the cases, both B2B, B2C. These are some current and some old clients. I basically bring my older clients to start the company, because I didn't want to start neither with investors, neither with loans. So it was basically just some money I got when I left that company. I was not fired, but I did all things possible to get fired, and it worked in 2 or 3 days. I just said to the managers things that they didn't like to listen. It works usually. So let's go now to something I already mentioned, which is hidden advantages that, again, won't happen in any other times. So the first one, and here, so this one, I'm not good at pointing at things on the other side of the screen. Doesn't matter. So if it wasn't for COVID, for sure, I wouldn't be able to get an office in a courtyard in the center of Beijing. So this is actually our company, our courtyard, and it's next door to one of the biggest shopping centers. So rather than being in the tech company district, which is in the middle of nowhere, like 20 something kilometers from the center, and clients always complain it's too far away and not convenient, I wanted to do it in the city center. And how to get that? Well, it's quite simple. So as I said, small companies, small offices are closing left and right, and you take advantage of one thing, which is landlord panic. Because so in this courtyard where I am now, basically all the offices, there are 6 offices, they all closed. 3 of them were travel agencies, so they were dead in water immediately. And of course, I started contacting these kind of places in the city center, because I also live nearby. And it was basically a game of trying to find the landlord with the most panicking landlord I could. and basically then it's negotiating prices because they know they are not going to get anyone in the offices anytime soon. And second part, which is important, negotiate. That took longer than negotiating the price, negotiating the duration of the contract. So the ideal would be 3-4 years. I got it for 5 years. So obviously now that things are back to normal for more than 1 year, 1 year and a half, all the other offices that got a cheaper price when I started also here, they are like 10 times more expensive than than last year. Mine is still the same, and it will still be for another 3 years. Let's see what I'll do after. So the other very important thing is during, and again, this is deja vu from 2008. At the time, I was a freelancer. Now I'm just the same, but expanded with the team, with more or less the same skills. And I'll go through the team later. But basically, what happened is a lot of companies fired. So with the mass layoffs, they fired most of their teams. In some cases, they fired their entire teams, or the companies they outsourced went bankrupt and closed doors. So the market really gets a lot of demand immediately. And this applies for my market and for many other markets. So companies start outsourcing more to agencies or service providers and even freelancers. Again, in 2008, when I said it was my best business year, it was exactly the same situation. So again, I'm seeing history repeating here. So I was just, repeating the formula of the things that actually worked. So then, second part, there was a large demand for new kinds of apps. So for example, online delivery. So whatever restaurants didn't have online delivery started having. Again, in China, that was not a big impact because that was already quite solid and still is. The only things, there were some adaptations on those apps. For example, the app shows the temperature of the delivery guy. So very quickly they had to come up with new things. And one thing that started working immediately in here, and much later in Europe, in some countries only, was the scanning QR codes for creating a database of who goes to what places. And so if there's a case, the authorities know immediately who was there on in the space of 1 day, and basically it's to link people with places. And that was very effective because even now it's rare, but even when there's a spike, it's under control in less than 1 week, basically, because of that, because you can pinpoint who was with whom and where and when. But again, then there was a lot of demand of this kind of apps. And again, a food delivery app, it's not much different from e-commerce. It's just the timing is different. But all of a sudden, there was a lot of overseas customers that were needing delivery apps, delivery services. So the entire infrastructure, not just the app and the design and whatever, all the server stuff, etc. And this happened with individual restaurants. This happened with municipalities in Portugal. So the entire town or entire city wanted to have a system for their restaurants, to survive on this new market. So there was a lot of demand on the service I provide and many others. So again, these are things that just appear on these situations. This next one is quite obvious. So basically, companies that had no presence at all in the digital world, in e-commerce, they had a choice to survive, either implementing e-commerce or close doors, because we all know what happened, and whoever didn't convert to digital, either lost a lot of money or just closed doors. So again, more service demand, more including new services that appeared out of nowhere. One thing that was had a lot of demand here in China was remote work. And And that's interesting because in China, remote work was not very welcome normally. For example, in the company where I was before, when I was dealing with visa stuff and I had to travel, and even when I came back, I couldn't be in the company before my visa was issued. I was working remotely, which for me was completely normal. But the entire management, for them, they were surprised that work was being done, because for them, remote work is basically expecting me to be at home waiting and doing nothing. So one thing that had a huge demand is how to do remote work efficiently. And this was not for employees. This was mostly for managers, because for them, this was kind of a completely alien idea. And then had to become normal very quickly, and they were just not familiar with what to do. So again, it's just a matter of picking the complicated things, trying to make some sense out of them and find solutions, because there'll be all kinds of problems, obviously, appearing from these situations. It will affect all markets, basically. Some of them harder than others, like tourism. But there's always problems needing to be solved, and there's always ways to solve them. So again, this just opens a lot of markets and opportunities. So one of the other advantages, and this was huge for me to open the company at this time, again, so mass layovers. So all of a sudden, there's a lot of talented people outside without a job. Most important also is that some of these are people that are really good at their job, and maybe they were stuck in a big company. And here it was very common, like in Douyin, which you know as TikTok, Alibaba, whatever. So these are huge companies. They have too many people. In some cases they have like 10 people, but only 2 are actually doing significant work, because again, the salaries are probably not that great. We're far away from the China with the low salaries from 30 years ago. Actually, salaries are quite decent, but they are these big companies, the salaries are still worse than a normal smaller company or even a startup. The reason people don't leave is they get in their comfort zone, and they get used to routine, and sometimes even their families don't want them to leave because they are in a prestigious big company, and there's no way to hire those people even if you offer a crazy salary. So all of a sudden, even from my company, that was the first thing, I was immediately chasing the best people on my team. And then later I also hired someone I met before in another project, uh, a really good developer that would be impossible to recruit before, but this company went bankrupt. So again, so this is actually our company. This is when we started. We were only 4. Now we're 7, and another 2 in Portugal, but those will even move to China, well, when traveling is normal again, and it's easier to take care of visas and everything. So again, I just wanted to keep the agency environment, because that was one of the most, even if you are software developers, for designers it's normal, but even software developers are in a more relaxed environment than the usual cubicle in a corner and a farm of computer geeks, which is kind of boring. I'm a software developer myself, and I hate that. So out of these, because I think everyone learned, especially during the last 2 years, and things are still quite rough in the West. But there's a lot of lessons here, and here we don't have any problems right now. Things are back to normal for quite a long time, but I'm implementing things on the company that because it can be an earthquake or another virus or a variant of the virus that resets everything and we start all over again. Let's hope not. But first thing is getting people used to work at home, but efficiently. It's not playing games or sleeping. But some things are actually the management fault, which I saw in too many companies doing the same mistakes. And that's the last photo in the bottom. It's basically so people are working from home. Let's micromanage them and do meetings every 5 minutes with everyone. and then expect them to get work done. That doesn't work either. So having a good, it's not just working from home. So it has to come from the office for people to continue working efficiently at home normally. So that starts already in the company itself. Because again, one thing I keep seeing in large teams, in small companies, big companies, especially between design and UI team and the development team, it's just a game of ping pong. So the design team does something awesome, they pass it to the developer team, they start already finding excuses on the developer team, so they cut half of the things. Sometimes it makes sense, but sometimes it's just laziness. And it's bad enough that way. It's worse when the management doesn't understand anything about what they are managing. So then it's just a blind war between two teams or 10 teams, depending on how complicated the company structure is. So if this is bad already at the office, this will be 1,000 times worse if working remotely. And one of the most important things, and that's one of the things in my company from the beginning, it's there's no culture for micromanagement in here. Actually, anyone in my team that is not able to manage their own work, manage their own tasks, and be efficient, then there's no point, because I cannot be, or any other manager cannot be, over everyone's shoulder. And so the company grows slowly, and it's not a startup, it's just a business, and I want it to grow slowly but steadily. So basically creating a team of talent that is able to manage themselves and decide if what they are doing is good or bad. They don't need to depend. Sure, we share ideas and we share opinions and we test things, but people themselves need to be able to evaluate their work, but also making decisions. Not all decisions, but most decisions related to their tasks. Because again, if that doesn't work in the office, it's not going to work. Actually, it's going to be a disaster, and it's management's fault always on these cases. If they can only work by micromanagement, they can prepare to close the company if they need to work remotely. So from the beginning, we decided, again, the company was built and started during the beginning of COVID. So from the beginning, we decided there was only going to be laptops. We have some test servers on the office that are not laptops, but even our production machines for VR and heavy 3D work and heavy video work, they are all laptops. They might be a little bit more expensive, but we are ready for remote work at any moment, at any situation. Not just the equipment, but also the staff. The team has to be ready to work remotely, and so far that's working very well. One thing that probably most companies don't do, but if your employees so they have their laptop and they have, but maybe they need a bigger screen to also work. So again, this is efficiency. If you can invest in improving at least a little bit your employees' home office, even if they don't use it all the time, you're not wasting money. And again, time is money in the end. So if their productivity is better when they work from home, that's fine. So we actually have a policy, and it's in our contract. Anyone can work from home if they want, unless there's a meeting or something with the client that they need to be in the office. But actually, people prefer to work here, except for the work from home day. So we have a work from home day, which is Wednesdays. Every Wednesday, everyone works from home, except me sometimes. But so middle of the week, every Wednesday, everyone works from home. Again, it took a while in the beginning for everyone to get used to, especially people that were not used to work from home. But again, it's something that needs to be built together. And people are not going to get used to it on their own, so they need help. So aside from the work from home day, every Wednesday, we have a work from home week every 3 months also. And it works very well because, again, I want to be sure that everyone, if there's, let's hope not any other similar situation, everyone can just take their laptops and connect to the servers on the office. and some of them on the cloud, and work as if nothing happened or as close to that as possible. So again, we have a work from home day, and we have a work from home week, full week every 3 months. The other thing is tools, and again, I already said that we have everything prepared. So our task management, in our case, we do all our internal tools, and some of them we end up developing and refining them to throw them on the market, mostly for China. But so our task management, our teamwork, our dashboard, I can show it later. So everyone is aware of what everyone else is doing at any time, and task dependencies, especially from people to people and all that stuff. So I don't really need to micromanage, because everyone can, if they need any information or coordination, they can see the tasks everyone is working on. But again, there's plenty of software, some free, some paid for that, and any company should build their own. Let's call it, what if this crap happens again? How are you going to work? So they should build their infrastructure to be able to work from anywhere, and for people to be able to communicate again efficiently. So work communication. And again, in our case, we build our own tools, and we build some clients' tools, but there's many ways to do this. There's plenty of stuff out there. So this, how are we in timing? Because
Yes, we are. We have a couple of minutes.
okay,
Thank you,
so if there's
Fernando,
any
for your
questions,
speech. Yes.
I think
Uh,
I'm going back to the other screen.
okay.
Give me a second. I'm
So
still
you
here.
can see contacts of Fernando if you want to ask him some questions
Yeah, and
beside.
if there's any questions now, it's also fine.
Yeah, there is some questions. Okay. So the first question is, thank you, Fernanda. It was very interesting. I have a question. It's from Vladimir. What trends do you see in e-commerce?
Uh, it depends. It depends on the market, basically. So I'm in China. We work for both markets. Uh, we actually have a lot of custom e-commerce platforms, because I don't know if you are familiar with China, but the e-commerce platform here is Taobao. Any factory, any retailer can put their stuff there, and it's kind of the lead. But now it's shifting, and that's one thing in China. Markets shift really quickly, and people have to adapt. So now there's more demand for custom online stores and custom features, and even some of the tools we are used on the West just don't really work here, because they either if they depend on Google or some services, it's all screwed. But there's plenty of offers here. But clients are going even more for very customized, because they have their own sometimes crazy ways of trying to do things. And so e-commerce, let me switch to the West now. E-commerce is quite developed at this point, both using the usual tools that are accessible to everyone, be it Shopify or whatever. It's a little bit polluted with the same products on 10,000 different stores, most of them coming from China, actually. We make jokes about that here, because like the stuff you get on AliExpress, it's stuff that is manufactured to sell to the West, and the price in AliExpress, it's like absurd. It's like 10 times more than you can find it in Taobao, because that's stuff that consumers here don't usually buy, like cheaper stuff, because the point is to resell them. Because the middle class went way up on this. Since I'm here on the less than 10 years, I saw a huge difference. So people now are very consumers here are insane. They buy the most expensive phones. I don't buy a new iPhone every year. Every Chinese people I know will buy the new iPhone every year, for example. It's insane. So people are going for higher quality, and even if the price is higher, which was something I was surprised when I arrived in China because I had a completely different idea. But one thing, again, on e-commerce, here, now you see all kinds of, not just B2B and B2C stuff, but you see all kinds of concepts of market. And again, because everything here is by numbers, everything here is by numbers. If a concept works, then it just explodes. So stuff like directly customized directly to the factory, doesn't go to retailers, doesn't go to any kind of middleman. And for example, the factory has some kind of customization interface, and the clients just buy directly. That is exploding here now. So for example, here in the West, we use computers a lot, right? Here, everything is through mobile phone. The computer for consuming internet, it's not non-existent, but it's really low. And even not on mobile phone, it will be inside the WeChat application, so inside the WeChat browser and the WeChat apps and so on. One thing that is going insane here is influencer market, because again, if you put a product, and that is even working with the products from the West, because again, things from the West are kind of how to say, they see it as a luxury, especially if it's not very common. Even if it's expensive, doesn't matter. So if a product is put on show from the right influencer and the right product from the right influencer, we're not talking about hundreds, we're not talking about thousands, we're talking about millions of orders. So it's then there's a problem of scale, because some companies try to do it. For example, some small countries like Portugal trying to sell certain wines, which are expensive, but then they don't get enough products to sell, especially coming from a small country or a small company. It's impossible. Again, it's completely. That's one of the reasons I like to be here. These things change all the time, and you need to adapt all the time. You don't get bored. It's impossible. And more, I'm kind of going in different directions with my question, not with my question, with my answer. But well,
but
the question.
It's very interesting information you were sharing with us.
No, because I'll just add one thing. I don't know if I have time. Do I have time?
You have a couple of minutes, and we have also 3 questions, but I will try to gather them to one question.
Okay.
So
No,
the
no.
question will be, is it hard to create a new brand during dark times and surpass strong competitors? And how soon did you manage to get new clients with your new agency? And how to be successful in 2022?
Okay. As I said, it was not that hard. Again, it was not that hard. The hardest part was just the paperwork, but that is to open a company anywhere. But in China, if you are a foreigner, it's different. And again, middle of COVID, most of the offices were only opened a few times per week, like 2 days per week, with all the masks and stuff things at the time. That only lasts like 3-4 months in here. At least that was good. But anyway, aside from paperwork and stuff, the building the brand and building the company, I had some work started because I had my own brand and my own clients. But again, I had to. Some of them were projects from 10 years ago, and I never contacted them again. I just said, "Well, I have a team now, so we can do more stuff and faster." And some of them actually had projects pretty soon. But I was chasing both markets, both the Western and both here. Here again, there were so many companies that had to reinvent themselves that there was too much market. In the West was more difficult because the time that COVID hits, people were being really careful with budgets and everything. But the same happened again, and this is not e-commerce directly related, it's more services. But again, there was so many companies that lost half of their team or key people on their teams. that needed to outsource. So again, I kind of adapted my services to the things that I knew that were going to be needed. Um, Now it's kind of waking up again. It's still a little bit messy, but one thing I keep getting is basically custom e-commerce systems. So not using Magento, not using Shopify, because sooner or later, depends on the company and it depends on the scope of their business. But sometimes they end up, okay, this has too much stuff that I don't need and it's just on the way, and this has a lot of stuff that I would like to have, but I can do. Sure, you can build plugins, you can expand things, but some clients just decide to go and do their own custom thing. um, and again, they come because they know I have the company in China. They are expecting it to be really cheap, but again, that time is over when and it's not because I'm a foreigner, because good professionals in China actually earn the same, as better in some cases, I know, than good professionals in the West, in Europe or in the US. So that is over. The low labor cost age that was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So that's why. But to anyone, well, now it's not the time to recommend anyone to travel anyway. But if anyone has the wrong idea of China, because I know now the propaganda is all China is bad, China is this. I didn't have huge expectations when I came, but yes, I had that the usual media about China. And I was not expecting it to be what it is. I'm still lectured by friends and family, even telling me China is this way, China is that way, but they never came here. I'm the one living here for 10 years. But again, that works because people are convinced that China is not a developed country, that it's a mixture of countries in Africa with North Korea. And then I keep listening to the same crap, like the authoritarian regime and the dictatorship. Bullshit.
No.
Again, that's the right word. So I really love, not now because no one can come here now and until things are sorted out outside of China, but I really love when someone, either for business or for tourism, comes here and they get completely shocked with, okay, this is not exactly the China was expecting. You guys don't use money. It's just WeChat and you just scan a code for everything. Most of the stores don't accept money anymore. Even someone selling fruit on the street will use WeChat. I didn't touch money for what, 3 years, 4 years. I think that helped also with COVID, because money is probably one of the things that everyone touches
Yes.
trillions of times. I think that helped a little bit. But again, they get shocked with those things. They get shocked with the infrastructure. They get shocked with the people buying outrageously expensive stuff on expensive shopping centers. They were expecting it to be like miserable and everyone begging for food on the streets or something, but it's not. And for
And
business,
what's about air pollution?
that I don't know if they still throw that crap on the news all the time. It was very normal, but like since 2014, more or less. Right now, well, during COVID, there was none because factories were closed and everything. But
Oh,
right now, it's like you have a bad day every month. Sometimes not even that, and it's a couple of hours. Until 2014, it was really bad. Then it got, again, here when they take decisions, they solve them quickly. And now again, that's another example of the windmill and the building the wall and building a windmill. Now China is not only solving their problems, but they are exporting the solutions, because wind energy, solar energy, and all kinds of solutions they came out with for factories and everything, they are the ones selling it to other countries now. Now it's funny because the other countries don't want to implement it most of the times, but it's
yes.
interesting. So even my country, so the energy company of my country, of Portugal, now belongs to China, actually. So it was bought by a conglomerate. So solar panels in south of Portugal are everywhere, all Chinese companies. Electric windmills, all Chinese companies. So they are taking over the energy industry. And again, it's one of those, if you don't move fast, you lose the market. That applies
Yes.
to energy, that applies to e-commerce, that applies to everything. Again, it's being on the look for things changing, because there's always opportunities there. That was what my talk was about mostly, and I used that already twice. Again, 2008 was the same crap all over again, The only difference was that, well, now we had the travel restrictions, and again, it affects people's health and life in some cases. But again, it's a shitty market situation affected by this, and either you adapt and you thrive, or you cry and nothing happens.
I
Again,
think
that
anyway, if we can't travel right now, in case of COVID, we can also always travel to Metaverse
oh yeah. Oh,
nowadays.
yeah, we're messing a lot. If you look behind me, there's two
Yeah.
VR headsets. If you look even that way, wait a second. There's even a motion simulator chair that connects to a
Oh,
VR. Yeah, this is like NASA. We have all kinds of again, I'm in China. We just go to the gadget district, which is like the size of a Portuguese city, and each building is like either just graphics cards or VR gloves, or so each building has something, or printers or phones or whatever. So you want to test with
cool.
any technology, you take 2 hours to pick whatever you want, and you don't need to order anything on AliExpress and test it. You just go there and pick it, and or even if you buy it in Taobao, next day is in your door, or JD Jingdong, the same
Mm.
day it's at your door. Whatever gadget, whatever thing. So for anyone who spends a lot of money in gadgets, don't come to China. It's your disgrace.
No, that's a surprise because I think everyone who is not from China thinking that there is some kind of anecdotic USSR with many
No.
of communists on the
Oh,
streets and polluted air and
no, but that's
factories.
no. That's what the how to say. There's way too many countries, starting with the US, that don't like the idea that another country is surpassing them. So
Oh yes,
then it's
yes.
just political bullshit. I stay away from that. But again, I get tired, and I don't even try to discuss that topic, because people that never lived in China or never even came to China will win the discussion, and I don't have patience to even come to China, see China, and then decide for yourself, because that's the only
I
way.
think I
It's
will.
one of those countries. It's one of those countries.
Yeah. So, thank you very much, Fernando, for your speech. Thank you for your
I hope it
answers.
was not too boring.
No, it was great. It was really
I
great
see
and
someone
interesting.
mentioning Alibaba, but Alibaba is still also for the
Yeah.
West. So the prices will be inflated. It's not the prices you find in here. The only bad thing of living in China is when you go home, you are complaining about the cost of everything every second, especially gadgets, services, your phone bill, your and then you go insane, and you don't buy anything at home because oh, I can buy it for a tenth of the price, the same product.
Mm,
Where the factory is, or uh, where the direct from factory is, because don't forget that all the Western brands, they have their factories here. Uh,
yes, yes,
and one of the reasons for them to be able to open is that they cannot overinflate the prices for the Chinese market. Even on Steam, the games are not charged at the same price in China, because the
yes.
consumer market is so huge. No one would buy it, and another store would open and would get the market.
I know in
So
Steam, we are from Belarus. Oh no, I'm from Belarus, and in Steam we have even different prices from Russia. So we
Mhm.
have more higher prices in Steam than Russia.
Really? Well, in
Yeah,
here I'm quite happy. I'm not a
about
gamer,
two or
but
three
I download
times.
a lot of stuff to test and everything, mostly VR. Uh, but the pricing here is usually between 5 and 10% of the price of the normal price. But it's a
Oh
huge
Jesus,
market. They sell by the number. They sell by volume. Uh,
I understand. So you also have Genshin Impact game in
which one?
China. Genshin Impact.
I'm not the
It's
gamer guy. It's two. It's 2:30 a.m. Otherwise, one of my guys in here is the
it's
gamer
like
one.
the most famous online game from China right now, and
There's so many. People are crazy.
they
People
have
are
billions of dollars already.
People here use their devices a lot, and especially on the
Yeah,
subway, or if they are waiting, they will be playing some game. I have no idea sometimes what games there are, and the trend changes every year or every month or every week
and
sometimes.
this is
But
a mobile RPG.
here, if it cannot run on mobile, it won't hit the market that well.
I
Because they had
understand.
these, even that went out of fashion. Again, things change all the time. The PC gaming houses, which was like, imagine a huge place with like 3,000 PCs and guys with headphones playing games all night sometimes. There was some government crackdown because people are were really getting addicted, especially kids like 14-year-olds.
Oh yeah.
But then during COVID, that had to close, and people found other markets. So then people switched to mobile basically, and now that doesn't have any market at all. So there's still some of those houses, mostly in the countryside, but in big cities, no one goes there now. Everyone switched to mobile. Everyone changed their monetizing strategy on games or on anything. And again, here it's like you need to go with the flow because things change really quickly, and if you miss the train, you're out.
Yes, totally. So if you are interested, you can find on Google the MiHoYo studio. They are making
That doesn't
Genshin
sound
Impact.
Chinese. That sounds
Mich
Korean.
MiHoYo. It's maybe it's about my
Maybe it's not
pronunciation,
exactly that. Doesn't sound Chinese at all.
but it's writing like MiHoYo.
uh,
So
the,
we're out of our time already.
sorry.
Thank you, Fernanda, one more time. Thank you. I hope we will meet on our other events. It was very
Okay.
interesting, and have a good night.
I
I hope
cannot
you will
sleep
sleep
now. I
well.
don't know how many coffees I already have. I was trying to survive until 2 a.m., but I went
Oh God,
overboard. Like
oh
at
God.
10, I already had too much coffee. So I have no idea. I'm not going to stay in the office for sure. I'm going home soon. But it was good. I'm happy that all the technical stuff didn't fail, like neither the green screen, neither anything. Uh, but anyway, this was interesting, and if you have any
Yes,
other
yes.
events you'd want me to participate, just let me know. Everyone saw my contact. I can put it back.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, the website is being changed because we're putting the case studies from this year. The website from last year was really basic, but we work mostly B2B, so we didn't even do much advertising this year. Because well, we try to do a good job so clients bring other clients and clients bring more projects. So it's working fine so far. Again, and this was all built in the middle of the pandemic. Again, now it's fine in here. Everything is normal for quite a while, but again, it's not impossible to do crazy things like opening a company and building a team and recruiting talent and curating talent, even during these times. So it's better than just crossing your arms and complain or blame the. Anyway, I'll go back to my.
Anyway, if you will have any questions, you can write to Fernanda.
Yeah,
So, and now we will finish.
okay. I'll still
Okay.
be seeing.
Yeah. Have a good night, Fernando.
Not yet. You
But
can ask
try.
questions during
Try.
the. You can ask questions during the next 10 hours because I won't be asleep for sure.
Okay. So I
It's
wish
your
you good
fault.
night.
Good
Yeah.
night,
Yeah.
everyone.
Good night. Good night. So this was our Tech Inspire 2021-2022 summit. If you have any comments, you can leave it under our video or write to us in LinkedIn or other social media. Thank you for being with us those 2 days, and I hope we will have another events in short time in future. Thanks to you all one more time. Have a good night, good day, good morning, or else, and meet you some other on some other events. Good night.